the handoff up the middle, scoots out to the left side, and he is off to the races, as it says in the bottom of the screen that you can't see, to the crib.
To the crib. Johnson and a Boston Karen.
Yeah. Here's our top 10 plays of the week.
Ready, down, push.
Number 2, check out this play from Rivers quarterback Darian Harper. Slow motion, dive it over into the end zone. I always hated Drew Holtz, right? Notre Dame is the greatest team that's ever played football in the history of football.
It's true.
They do the magic tricks before the game. The picks for this week. It's on the screen right here, Tyson. James Starrett. Thanks, James. Appreciate you being a part of the live stream comments. Yo, what's up? I don't know what's going on. Was the video freezing for you?
No, it played smooth.
Yeah, me too.
It's that Kelso internet.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on here. Anyway, I decided to cut the video short because for whatever reason I couldn't tell if it was actually working or not here. So, but anyway, what's up, guys?
Not a lot. Monday night. We're getting down to a pivotal point here. Everything's a little more clear every week.
Yeah, man. By the way, next week we're gonna go with the screen share. That was wildly successful last week on the screen share of the video. So this software, man, I tell you what, like it took me another hour and a half of trying to get it uploaded, which is it's so well done too. So we'll have to get it in there again. So anyway, I'm Nick Sisson. That's Tyson McCallum, and that's Devin Record. What's up, guys? Good to have you this week. We're doing it Monday this week and fresh off the weekend. Everything's right at the tip of our tongue, guaranteed, ready to go. And yeah, it's good to be back and really happy to have you guys with us once again, talking a big week 7 coming up. And man, week 6, I think that at least for myself, I turned in my worst week of picks all season long. Tyson, you had to have been right there with me, I think, if I remember correctly. And then Devin, I mean, hey man, like we said last week on the show, you're getting back up there, man. You're catching back up.
Yeah, no, I got lucky last week.
We all ended up still going. I mean, I guess in terms of how we're making up ground, 500. We were all dead even at 12-8 last week. So definitely most of our worst weeks we've had, which we said that before the week started too. Not that only Devin would catch up, but that I said this is probably going to be my worst week for sure, because those are some tough games with some. I mean, whether I felt like when I picked the favorite, I lost, and when I picked the underdog, I lost. It didn't really matter what happened.
Yeah, well, if I remember correctly, we had quite a bit of games that we were consensus on too. So it's we think we consensusly know something, but we consensusly don't know something from time to time too. It was a really weird week, I'll say that. If you just looked at some of the common opponents, I'll just go to this one real quick, Lincoln and Stadium. Stadium 4-1, and Lincoln not having a great year, although they have played some quality teams along the way. Just absolutely boat races of 43-9. That's why they made the Vince McMahon top 5, is because it's who saw that coming at this point based on how things had been trending for them this season. But I mean, that's a big win for them, getting them right back into the conversation for the Pierce County League there. And yeah, a lot of surprising games last week. I mean, we can go over them here step by step, inch by inch if you guys want to, but That one right there was a big head scratcher to me. Anybody got anything they want to get out real quick?
Oh, that was kind of a trend this week with, I would say, first to third place teams playing league matchups. We're getting to that point of the season where we're starting to see some good league matchups. And, that trend of a blowout when you didn't really see it coming necessarily, it kind of, you can look at it across multiple leagues. Bellevue Juanita game, Washougal and Hudson's Bay, Anacortes and Seaholm. Like, there was quite a few games where all these teams have been in the playoff conversation since the beginning of the year. Well, maybe not Hudson's Bay originally, but and the way the leagues have shaken up, you figured they'd be tighter games, and one team snapped and the other one had an off day.
Yeah, no. You mentioned the leagues, right, and the league standings. It is definitely this time of year to where everybody is playing league games at this point. For the most part, up until now, the only leagues that we were waiting on was Wesco 4A and Greater St. Helens League 4A, just because 4A doesn't have a ton of teams comparatively to the other classifications, right? So, it's waiting to get down to business. And that starts this week, man. We got a banger in Greater St. Helens League already with Skyview at Camas. We'll talk a little bit about that game coming up later on. That's a big double circle around that game. Wesco's starting to heat up, although Glacier Peak is taking on Arlington. Getchell. No, Pilchuck. 1 for 3. It's if I'm a baseball player, I'm a Hall of Famer. 1 for 3 all day. So, other than that, everybody's kind of in the thick of things, and we're really starting to get an idea about who what's what, except in the Greater St. Helens League 2A, because I don't know what the hell is going on there, man. Like, you could legitimately flip a coin every single week. It's like I talked with head coach Sean McDonald after the game, Woodland against RA Long, and his response was, every week in this league is a league championship game. Like, you have to bring your absolute A game because somebody's going to trip you up. If you play this team beat this team beat this team, you'll go drunk just trying to figure out the formula. Like, we need like an algorithm to decide this one, because legitimately 6 teams are within one game of one another for first place right now out of an 8-team league. And Mark Morris has a league win in there and could mathematically still end up getting into the playoffs. They would need to win out, need a lot of help, but it just goes to show you that the league is super deep and bonkers. And I'd almost be willing to say at this point that you might be looking at 3 out of 4 of the Greater St. Helens League teams getting wins this year in the crossover matchups with the EVCO. If you look at the results so far, Ridgefield winning on the road at WF West, right? And WF West probably is in that number 2 spot. They just beat Rochester. Big win for them last week. Killed me. I had Rochester winning that one for some reason. But, if you look at where Ridgefield's at in the league, they could end up being league champs. They could also end up being 4th very easily. So it just really depends as to, which teams match up with who. If Aberdeen ends up getting in there, if Rochester still gets in there. I feel pretty good about the trio I feel good about Washougal, Ridgefield, Hudson's Bay, and Woodland at this point. I think all 4 of those teams could give anybody problems. I think Tumwater probably is still kind of, above everybody there. But other than that, I think that whoever ends up in the EVCO 2, 3, and 4 spots, man, they're going to have a hell of a time in that Greater St. Helens League crossover. But what do you guys got?
Oh.
You want me to go?
Sorry.
I go.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah.
I saw you grabbing the mic. So
I'm always holding it.
I was trying to read the cues,
Yeah. It's hard. Sometimes it's hard to tell.
Yeah, I was just only thing I really have to add is the Greater St. Helens League kind of feels like the NFL this year. Like, if I was going to make weekly picks on that league, I'd be lucky to be 500 every week. And that's how it's been for me in the NFL thus far.
100%. I feel like I feel the same as well. I really like Washougal. I told you guys that in the beginning. So I think that's a team, as Nick talked about, like in the crossover, that could really do some damage, especially if they're like, that 3 or 4, they get matched up. I think they could go on a nice little run. I don't know about Tumwater beating them, but hey, it'll be fun either way.
Well, at this point right now, like Washougal's got 2 losses. You know,
Yep.
they'd probably be in that 4th spot. They would take on Tumwater if it stopped today. So
It'd be close.
I mean,
I
that's
know.
a
I think it's a
matchup.
good game, but
that's a matchup. I mean, so far the issue is that, you know, like Washougal's defense has been kind of inconsistent. You know, I mean, I was a little surprised honestly because I know that Tyson and I picked Hudson's Bay last week, and you know Hudson's Bay had played really, really, really good, you know, up to this point in the season. But I will say that the schedule that they played has not been like, you know, incredibly difficult. They did get that win at Ridgefield. But if you look how Ridgefield's played, I mean, they go on the road and beat Washougal. It's just a head scratcher, right? It's just such a tough league to figure out at this point. It's all about who shows up each week, like Coach McDonald was saying, you know, because all of these teams seem pretty even on the talent level, at least. I'll say this. Ridgefield is averaging, I think, the 2nd most points in the league at like 35 or 36 per game, but they're only giving up around 16 or 17 per game. They're the best defensive team so far to this point in the league. And usually that combination of whoever can play the most defense is going to, you know, end up winning the league and stuff. But it's just so hard to tell based on a week-to-week, you know, matchup scenario, who matches up with who. You know, the Woodland versus Ridgefield game at the end of the year, I mean, that could very well be for the 1st seed and simultaneously the 4th seed. You know, who knows?
and Ridgefield's still giving up a lot of points as well.
They're all scoring. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's like the league is scoring. Like it's not teams aren't really having a problem putting up points. He said even Mark Morse can get you. You know, they beat Columbia River 21-3. Columbia River beats Woodlands. I mean, it's just weird to me. Like you look at it and you're like, man, I can't figure this out. I'll tell you what though. One thing that somebody needs to figure something out about is that Northwest 1A, because at this point in the season, like you're seemingly eliminating Nooksack Valley. Like they're not even in the conversation anymore.
I read they still can be a part of it in a crossover game, and I didn't think that they had a crossover game in 1A NWC.
I thought
Must
that
be
I
new.
just saw something that said that they should do something like that. Like I don't think there is a crossover game. I think that it's one of those things that somebody wrote an article that said they should do this, which they absolutely should. Like that's a no-brainer.
Yeah, I haven't heard about the crossover either.
I don't remember where I read it. It was this week, and it was an article about that game and how there's an outside chance, but if Nooksack, I can't even remember I want to say it was the league that Granite Falls plays in, etc., that they would have a crossover with them. But
That's a good idea.
I'd have to try to find where I was reading that. I want to say it was Cascadia, that Connor, I don't even want to try to pronounce his last name.
Yeah.
It was a publication from Whatcom County somewhere.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think maybe Nick might be right with like the what if, or like, you know, maybe something that they should do. That'd be a really good idea, especially that's like a great conference to do the class or like the crossover with as well.
Well, how we got here is pretty simple. Last week, Linden Christian takes on Nooksack Valley at Nooksack Valley, and they were down by 2 scores at one point in the game and come back and win by 21-20. I mean, you want to talk about that schedule that Linden Christian has had to get to this point, guys. I mean, it really shows that it could have paid off with, you know, the tough teams that they've played throughout the schedule, hardening them for the second half push in that game. Obviously, having not been there in person and seeing it in person, you want to know kind of a little bit more about how the game played out in terms of, you know, did Nooksack just not finish, or did Linden Christian really, you know, come with their A game in the second half to kind of steal the game away? And it sounds more like the latter. It sounds like they kind of stole it away there at the end of the game. I'll say this. I picked LC to win the state championship, but I picked against them last week. So I no longer deserve to take credit if they do end up winning the state championship. But they've already played Royal, played them tough for a half, you know, had a chance there in the second half, but let that game slip away at home. they are now in the driver's seat. You know, they're a game against Mount Baker, seemingly away from clinching the league title, and then getting a week off and see where it goes from there.
So that's exactly what's going to happen.
I did hear something about Colton Lentz not playing most of the fourth quarter in that game. You know, whether that's a factor of Nooksack's ability to control the ball late in the game with the lead that they had, I'm sure it played a part in that loss, definitely.
Yeah.
Not that Nooksack doesn't have plenty of good players on their team, but not everybody has a Colton Lentz. And you know, just to add some backstory to how that game went down in the second half, supposedly, and that to take no credit away from Linden Christian at all, but just a little sidebar piece of information that, you know, hope he's recovering just fine. I don't know exactly what happened, but.
Yeah, I didn't hear about that either. But before we move on to that, I just do want to shout out. I know we'll do like players later, but Trey Bossman was huge in that game for Linden Christian. He had 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Big reason why they won.
Well, sidebar or not, it's an important aspect. I mean, if you really want to dissect the game and how it went and how it played out, I mean, that's a big reason why if Nooksack Valley would lose in that situation, you know, because you're taking out arguably the player of the year for the entire classification. You know, I mean, he's been that important for them the entire season. And I mean, if you look at Nooksack Valley, I mean, Mountain View's 5-1 in 3A, and they went on the road and beat them by 21 points. So I mean, they're a really good team, and that, you know, that kind of makes you raise your eyebrows about Kings too. It's like, you know, how good is Jim Shapiro's team? I mean,
really good.
They're not really overlooked on your rankings, Tyson, which we'll get to those a little bit later. But we've been so focused on Nooksack Valley and Linden Christian pretty much. It's like, you know, and I think, I don't know, do you think the reason why is just because Royal doesn't necessarily have a tough league that they have to really win?
100%.
Yeah, they don't have a true rival. I mean, you can pretty much pencil them in every single year to be that league title, even in a down year in most cases. You know, I think, and just the fact that there's that one playoff spot this year, it puts an even bigger spotlight on that league.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, we'll talk a little bit more about the games from last week, and we're going to focus in on one here in just a second. Great news is we're going to be joined here in just a couple seconds by Kalama starting quarterback Aiden Brown, a 2025 athlete, as he puts himself. I mean, I don't know. He might have to change that to quarterback by the time this interview is over, because he's been doing a great job, a true dual threat. Let's go ahead and welcome Aiden into the show here real quick and give everybody a treat at home. Aiden, what's up, my man? Can you hear us okay?
Yep.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, I'm Nick, and then over there is Tyson, and over there is Devin, and we do this every week and talk high school football. Your name's come up quite a bit this season, and last week you guys played a real tough game against Onalaska. It looked like it was back and forth the entire time, and you put together another really good performance. Just talk about the win of last week against a really good opponent in Onalaska.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Obviously, going into the game, you know, it's a must-win if we want to win league, considering that they beat Toledo the week before. And, you know, we knew the league was going to come down to us, Ani, and Toledo. So it was big winning that game, one of our biggest rivals. So that was great to beat them, considering that we lost to them last year.
Looked like that your wide receiver partner there, Ethan Brightbill, had a really good game. Talk about his presence out there at the wide receiver position that kind of helps you out being a quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, he's my go-to guy. I mean, we've been playing together since we were in, like, 3rd grade, so it's great to have him back and healthy. And, yeah, it's just a great connection that we have out there. He's a great athlete. Tall and lengthy, goes and gets balls. Been doing a great job.
So you're class of 2025, and obviously you're the team's quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
On your handle there for Twitter, I don't know about your recruiting profile per se, but it has you listed as an athlete, which you definitely are, considering You're a multi-sport athlete, basketball player as well. Do you consider yourself as a guy who would like to be recruited to go play quarterback at the next level, or are you open to any possibilities?
I'm hoping to play running back or slot at the next level. Um, I'm 5'8", so I kind of knew I wasn't going to be playing college quarterback at any high level, and I'm trying to play at the highest level that I can. So that would probably be at running back or slot at a Division I school.
Aiden, I think that's a great thing, and I think that's good that you realize that as well, and that's good you're aiming for that. What's one thing that that you put into training each week that you think will help you for that level for running back or receiver, even though you're lining up at quarterback each week?
Yeah, so I've been training with eForce Performance out of Portland, and they've been getting me ready for my 40s. Like I trained a lot with them in the off season, getting my 40 down, and then putting a lot of lifting in to get up. Put a lot of lifting in to get bigger and up to the size I wanted to, which is about 185 right now, because I know I'm gonna need to be about that weight going into college to play running back and be big enough.
And when you play with eForce for the 7-on-7, I would assume you play the receiver position during that as well.
Yeah, playing slot.
How's the adjustment from like doing that in the summer and then coming right in for school and then playing quarterback?
It's pretty normal because I do quarterback trainings with Brink all off season, so I'm prepared and ready.
Playing slot probably helps you with your presence in the pocket, I assume, just making cuts in tight spaces and being able to get out of the pocket. It's obviously helped you rush for a lot of yards so far this season. I mean, I think you're probably the lone guy we've mentioned every week as, top statistical performer. I know obviously you want to play running back, wide receiver at the next level. Are you I know you play defensively too, but what do you find yourself having more fun playing? I mean, you can obviously do it all on the football field, but some kids have a preference more than others.
I haven't played a lot of receiver and tackle games, but quarterback's a lot of fun. I'm definitely going to miss it going into college. Like in 7-on-7, I have a lot of fun playing slot, but when you're at quarterback, you have control and you're making things happen and work. So, I wouldn't say I like quarterback more than slot because they're obviously a lot different, but having that control at quarterback is nice.
It's like playing catcher in baseball.
Yeah.
You get to touch the ball every play, or point guard, I suppose. This is one, I'm going to nominate and open this category a little more. We've always asked all the coaches, and I'm sure Nick and Devin have plenty more for you, but what their favorite sports movie was. But I'm going to open that to like show, because we've had some good ones in your lifetime, especially in recent memory. Favorite football related movie or show?
One recently I was kind of watching my mom was All American. So that one was pretty good. I don't remember a lot. I watched it a few years ago, but I remember that was a good show.
Have you seen the classics of Friday Night Lights and Remember the Titans? Friday Night Lights, the movie.
I might have watched it when I was younger with my dad a little bit, but not really.
Okay, we always need people to settle the debate for us, but hey, All American, that's why I opened it up to shows. That's one that's been great in recent memory. Friday Night Lights, the show, is a good one too if you get a chance.
Watched Friday Night Kikes maybe when I was younger, like Snoop Dogg coaching and
Yep, nice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get back in here real quick, guys. So your dad, right? He's on the coaching staff as well at Kalama, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. We've talked about influences and people who've been very inspirational to you. What's it like having your dad as an assistant coach on the staff, and has that been something that's been easy for you, or is it something that's been more of a challenge, considering that he obviously coaches you? He's you're his son, but at the same time, it's kind of hard. I have a kid who plays sports and I coach him too, so it's kind of hard to kind of maintain that line of do I coach him differently? Do I coach anybody else? And sometimes that has an effect on the athlete.
Yeah. I mean, obviously he's hard on me, but I like it because it gives me true feedback on how I'm doing. And, he just tells it to me straight, which is how I like it. So
That's good.
Yeah.
So other than maybe him, is there anybody else that's been really inspirational to you? Like maybe a player from another school or a college pro athlete or somebody else who's been helping you out?
Specifically, I know I watched Victor for Washington State play in the Tacoma Dome for Union. He played quarterback, and now he plays slot for Washington State. So it's cool seeing him make the transition from quarterback to slot the next level, and I'm hoping to replicate my game after that type of player.
Looks like there he is. So we just lost you for a second there.
And then, my eForce coaches, DePaulo and Brink, I've been working with them since I was in 6th grade. So having them supporting me and helping with my recruiting and all of that is great.
Do you have a preference as to what school you'd like to go play for at this point, or are you open to the possibilities of anybody offering you a scholarship?
Yeah, I'll play anywhere, but specifically looking in the Big Sky, like in Eastern Washington or Portland State or in Idaho, somewhere like that.
Yeah, I mean, Eastern Washington has done a really good job, I think, getting a lot of local guys over there for some game day visits. Idaho also, with Holden B taking a scholarship there, and I know that they've been looking at other guys like Sam Evers and stuff, but those are a couple of really good schools, I think, that have struck gold, here with what the Washington State Preps has to offer.
Yeah. I went down to Idaho this summer for one of the football camps, and it was really fun and cool to meet those guys. Coach Ford's a really cool guy.
Yeah. Awesome. You guys got a big game coming up this week against Napavine. I don't want to put you on the spot and, have you say something that's going to, go up on the bulletin board, for them to feed off of. But, it's a team that's played for, 10 straight semifinals in Class 2Bs. I mean, what's on your mind going up and taking those guys on after getting this win that you had against Onalaska?
Yeah, obviously they're a top 2 team in the state right now, so they're going to be tough. I have a lot of respect for their program. I mean, they're always good. But, growing up, I mean, I've watched Napavine play Kalama in the Tacoma Dome in the state semifinal games, and I don't think I've ever watched Kalama lose to them. So, a lot of people call it a rivalry, but I wouldn't really call it that right now.
You probably know this, but Kalama has a very, very rich history of successful quarterbacks. Most recently, of course, Jackson Esri, and before that, Alex Dyer. Are those two guys that you've been able to kind of rub shoulders with and get to know at all over the last couple of seasons in your development, taking over quarterback at Kalama?
Yeah, for sure. I played my freshman year with Ezra and watched him carry our team to the state championship and obviously win that year. And it was just great to see the connection that he built with all of his teammates. And I definitely try to be like that and, put my team on my back when they need it and, just be there for all my guys like he was.
Yeah, we got one of your guys here, Aaron Winans, Nook Nation Let's Ride. He's in the comment section there, peeping in on your interview here. What do you got to say to Aaron?
Aaron's been doing great all year up front for us. Had a big game this week. On his line are studs, so our linemen came up big this week, and we knew it was going to be a game one in the trenches. So props to them.
Yeah, well, you threw for over 200, like 215, I think, and ran for 200. A total of 4 touchdowns, two through the air, 2 on the ground. And how much credit do you give the guys up front, the offensive linemen, for not only doing a good job, it seems, in pass protection, but also creating those holes for you to run through?
Yeah, it was great. I felt like I had a lot of time to throw this week. Big holes. I mean, it was great. Our guys up front were handling business. Came to play.
Are you taking them out for a steak dinner at all?
Yeah, we're gonna have to do that after the season.
You can just go with the pizza party. Go to Poker Pete's or something.
We go to Denny's after every game.
Okay. That's what's up.
They're the only
Yeah.
place that's open.
Yeah, they got a little fried chicken action for you guys there. I like that.
Aiden, I just wanted to
Tyson,
ask you a
yeah.
question about Dylan Jones. What kind of a factor does Dylan play on the defensive side of the ball?
He's averaging like 18 tackles a game right now. He's a stud. Like, it feels like when I'm out there, he's making half of our team's tackles. It's crazy. So, and then offensively, I mean, he's one of our best linemen. You know, he's doing great this year, and he's picked up a few offers, which is great for him. And I'm excited to see where he goes as far as college.
Tyson, you got anything else you want to get in on with Aiden?
Yeah, another one that I love hearing everybody's opinion on. You got any? I mean, you still have plenty of years to develop them, but do you have any pregame like rituals or things you know, whether it's a playlist or something specific?
Not really. I kind of just listen to whatever's on in the locker room. You know, play a rap playlist and get my mindset right. Nothing specific. I'm not like a superstitious person or anything like that, so I'm not like to strict things that I do.
Keep it loose. That's good. Probably helps you be versatile in the moment with all those big plays that you're making every week. I really enjoyed you coming on. I get to say thanks, and it's been fun following you. And your dad's a great supporter of our show as well, which I very much appreciate. And we didn't touch on. I haven't caught what position group is your dad coaching at Kalama?
He's working with the whole defense, so he's helping Phelps with the game plan each week. And before Walker started calling the offense, he was helping with the offense and Coach Lawson. So he's kind of doing everything. Kind of like
I guess analyst isn't the right word. They have a different name for it in the upper ranks, I suppose. But super nice guy. You're a nice kid, well-spoken young man. You play basketball as well, and then do you do a spring sport?
During the spring, I'm just doing 7-on-7 traveling. Like we go down to like San Diego and Arizona for those 7-on-7 tournaments. So pretty busy during that time.
Yeah, going where the weather's nice.
Yep.
Definitely.
Yeah.
You can dunk it, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
See, my Nate Robinson comp was pretty good last week.
I told you you could throw it down.
Yeah.
Try to get an in-game dunk this year.
Aiden probably doesn't realize that I'm just 10 minutes away from him up in Kelso here. So.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, I'm doing
probably
the live streams. I'm gonna have to come and do a live stream for you guys one of these days here. That's for sure. I've been doing RI Long and Mark Morris and Ridgefield and everybody here in this area. It's been told that I have a big school bias. I disagree with that because I pick all the small school games like perfectly, but I can't seem to buy a break on the RI Long Mark Morris Kelso game. So I gotta like drop this and go check out Kalama and La Center or something.
Yeah. Come up to the hill and watch a game. It'd be fun. Talk after the game. Go to Denny's together. Right there in Kelso.
Yeah. Hey, I could probably
Grand slams on Nick.
Yes. Yeah. Lumberjack slam, buddy. They got those too.
There you go.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask, I guess, how good is Kalama? Right. You guys have played a tough schedule. You've played Woodland to this point, who looks like a pretty nice little 2A team that is going to make the postseason. Then you've also played La Center, and La Center looks really, really tough this year for the 1A class. And of course, those two teams played each other, and it was La Center getting the W. But I guess how good are you guys having played those teams and having played on Alaska to this point, and now you're going to go play Napavine? It seems like you guys have had a really tough schedule, and kind of want to figure out what you think the ceiling is for the team.
Yeah, we're getting better each week, and we still have room to grow. So I think we're going to play for a state championship this year.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. We're going to cut that up and post it on our intro one of these times right before the playoffs or something like that. And so when you guys are playing in the state championship, we'll be like, look, Aiden Brown called it, man. He said that we're going to play it. We had the coach for Northwest Christian Colbert on last week, and they are a really solid team. Obviously Napavine, the team that you guys are playing this week, super solid. And then Okanagan. I mean, there's a lot of tough teams, and you already mentioned Toledo in there, and Raymond, South Bend, Onalaska.
Yeah.
There's even a good chance you guys can end up seeing Onalaska again. I don't think a lot of people really understand how competitive the 2B class really is and how difficult it's going to be to actually get to that state championship game.
Uh-oh. Yep, we got you.
Yeah, there's a lot of good teams out here.
Shoot, now we can't hear him.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tough road to play at UW this year. We're going to have some tough games. If we play Ani again, that's going to be a tough one. We should have won that game by a few more touchdowns, but we're getting better every week, and we're going to do good in postseason.
When it comes to your overall team health, I was told that you guys were dealing with some injuries, and even you yourself were kind of dinged up. You don't have to go into depth as to what body part was ailing here, so teams don't have a scouting report like Greg Williams would. But I mean, in terms of your overall team health, and are you guys pretty much at 100%? You think at this point, or you still think that you guys could come along and get yourself just a little bit healthier?
We could definitely get a little healthier right now, but we're still going to play tough. It's always next man up, so that's what our program's about, next man up, and we're going to keep bringing younger kids up and playing good football.
Nice. Tyson, Devin, got anything else that you want to get out there? Nope. All right.
All I gotta say is good luck, Aiden, and I'm rooting for you.
Thank you guys for having me on. It's fun.
Yeah, you got me ready to run through a wall, Aiden. I've enjoyed listening to you talk, and pleasure to have you on.
Thank you guys. Fun listening to these podcasts these last few weeks.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, we're happy. It's because of athletes like you, man. Make it easy for us to talk about, and we have a blast getting together and pretending like we know something. So don't make us look bad this week, because we're probably gonna say a lot of really good things about you here in a little bit. No, I'm just kidding. Go out there and have some fun, man, and enjoy it while you can. Still got another year after this one, so just keep working hard and keep us posted if you would. We'd love to get your information out there. If there's a school that you're thinking about going to, we'd love to hear about it and bring you back on in the future and just talk a little bit about the recruiting process a little bit, so we can help educate everybody as to what they can expect going through that process.
For sure. Thank you.
Hey,
All right.
Spoiler alert: we don't usually tell our guests who we pick if they're on Game of the Week, but I've got Kalama in this one. So.
Hey, me too.
Yep.
Oh, you guys are kissing his ass too much right now. Jeez, I got now. Hey,
I can tell the truth if I'm picking the guest. Otherwise, I wait till the end like a coward.
Yeah.
Aiden, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna probably end up picking Napavine in this one, but if I'm wrong, I will definitely take the Brown family out for a lovely Denny's Grand Slam dinner.
All right, sounds good.
Okay, that's on the record. All right, it's on the Devin record.
All right.
All right, buddy. Thanks for joining us. Tell all your friends. Yep, we'll talk with you later.
Thanks for having me on, guys. It was fun.
No problem, man. Take care.
Yep. Night.
Man, you ready to just go to war for Aiden Brown?
Dude, I'll go block. I'll put me in at left tackle.
But I'm too old to pose as a high school athlete. If I was in a movie and I shaved and lost 20 pounds, I might be able to pass for like a movie high school student. But you guys definitely can. Devin, you could still just shave your beard and you're definitely a high school student.
That's true. It's only been like 8 years.
I'd have to
All
shave
right.
mine. They'd see the gray hairs in my chin.
Yeah. So, that's really good stuff, man. Candid. I love the fact that he's willing to answer everything, and that he's got his team's back pretty much in any situation, and really excited to see how the journey plays out for Kalama, because if you're bold enough to stand up here and say, I think that we're going to play for a stage. I mean, you're not going to come up here and say, I think that we're going to get bounced in the first round. I think we're going to not make the playoffs, right? Those are obviously things that you don't say. Of course, you're going to back your horse, right? At least you should. But he's the type of guy who, legitimately, and this is no disrespect to the other guys on Kalama, but he legitimately puts that team on his back every single week, and does everything that he can do. He's got a lot of help, like he said, with Ethan Brightbill at wide receiver, but I mean, teams are going to be game planning to do one thing, and that's stop Aiden Brown from throwing the ball around the yard. But I think more so, I'll let you guys help me out here on this one, kind of a question. But I mean, do you think that he's the type of guy that's more dangerous with the ball in his hands throwing it, or the ball in his hands running it?
I'd say having the option of him to do both. I mean, he's done both very efficiently this year, and he's obviously a kid that takes the game really seriously in a good facet, because you don't find a lot of kids that know they're 5'8" and they're like, I'm going to get up to 190 pounds. And you look at a picture of the kid and it's muscle. And, being as strong as he is at that size, he's definitely built to shoulder that load the way he has been.
Yeah, I agree with Tyson. I think it's just the fact that when he has the ball in his hands, he's a threat. Whether he's going to deliver a pass or he's going to, use his elusiveness to make a play.
I'll say this, as somebody who's 5'9.5", I'm really going to try to do some plyometrics now, because I feel not nearly as athletic as Aiden Brown if he's getting up there and throwing it down, man. And you got to be a little ball of muscle if you're 5'8" and you're getting up there and dunking on a 10-foot goal. So, like you said, the Nate Robinson comparison, Tyson. I mean, having seen Nate Robinson at that age, I mean, yeah, the guy was pretty solid, and it wasn't just all leg.
Sorry, yeah, you look at his specs. I mean, 4.5 on the 40. That's laser timed, a broad jump of 9 feet 9 inches, benches 300 pounds at 190, and squats 385. It's just a kid that's obviously taking the weight room really seriously to capitalize on his athleticism.
Well, did you see the run that he put together a couple weeks ago, where he broke 4 tackles to get to, it was like a 62-yarder? I mean, obviously, like when people see a guy break a lot of tackles, they obviously want to throw out Marshawn Lynch as a comparison. But I mean, literally, the guy's just running around, throwing guys off of him, going through any type of half-ass arm tackles. Really, really strong runner with the ball. I would say if I was going to choose, and it was a game setting in the November, December, I don't know when the state championship is this year. I think it's the last weekend of November, but whatever. The weather's going to be crappy, right? I want the guy running the football. If I could have him running the football, I think that would be my preference, just based on clock control, strength, speed. If it's a one-on-one situation past the first wave on the line of scrimmage, good luck. I mean, you got to seriously take the right angle. If you're asking, somebody to stop that guy one-on-one, like a safety or a corner, I don't think that they're going to make the play. I think that you got a guy like that. It's kind of like your wild card, so to speak, except your wild card plays quarterback.
Yep, definitely. And yeah, the state championships December 2nd. You can bet, especially over there near Montlake, it's probably going to be gray and in the low 40s and maybe raining, and just who knows, it could even snow. But yeah, I mean, you got a kid that pretty much seems like he could probably run for 200 yards in any game he wants to. I'm going to use him as much as I can without tiring him out.
Well, let's divert real quick. Again, thanks so much, Aiden, for coming on, and we'll talk a little bit more Kalama again. Tyson and Devin will explain why they're going to pick Kalama to beat Napavine this week, and I'll try to make a case as to say why they're not. But either way, we'll get to that point here in just a little bit. Guys, it's week 7 already here, and last week was kind of that first week where we saw some of the teams that are going to compete for league championships go against one another. Let's go over a couple of games from last week here. We'll touch on all the scores for the games that we picked. Again, everybody 12-8, so great job. At least we're plus 500. Graham Kapowson, right, in the game of the week, beats Curtis on the road, and all of us are eating crow because Graham Kapowson wins this one 42-35. I didn't get a chance to follow along with every play, kind of like what you guys were doing there, because I was broadcasting a game, but I was definitely reading the chats, and from what I saw, it said that Super Alice ended up missing some time. Backup quarterback comes in. Graham Kapowson converts a Hail Mary at the end of the first half. It seems like that, things were kind of just going Graham Kapowson's way, but they also overcame some adversity in getting the win on the road 42-35. I mean, it's hard to say that the number one team in 4A gets a big win, guys, but that seems like a pretty big win at this point, considering how Curtis has been playing this year.
Yeah, I had the game on for a minute. Actually, I watched from like right before that play happened to the end, and it was a tie ball game, no time on the clock. Really, it was the last play of the half, and Graham Kapowson threw backup quarterback threw about a 40-yard, 50-yard bomb to the end zone on a Hail Mary, and ball got tipped by a Curtis defender, and Noah Flores pretty much laid out and brought it in, and then they got the ball to start the second half, and Super Alice was back on the field and was virtually unstoppable. I mean, I think Curtis stopped Graham Kapowson on one possession early in the game, if I'm not mistaken. That was before I was watching, but pretty sure that's what the announcers said. And credit to Curtis to bring it down to a one-score game, really, because they fell behind by 14 there. In that they call it those announcers were calling it the daily double in terms of Graham Kapowson getting that score before halftime and then scoring right afterwards to open the second half.
I mean, I picked Curtis over GK just because I think Rocco has just been on a tear, and I thought that maybe he could keep that up, which he did have a great game as well. But then the GK experience and overall talent just stepped forward, and won them the game. I think that the comment you just showed is, a good comparison to like 1 and 2. Lake Stevens is a top team. It's hard to say that they're above GK just given GK hasn't lost and they have a plethora of talent. Not saying Lake Stevens doesn't, and I know that one Lake Stevens loss is a very impressive one, but
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's impressive in the sense that West Lynn doesn't give up a lot of points, and they win a lot. They are the defending 6A champs from a year ago. They're going to have a collision course on their hands more than likely with Central Catholic of Oregon. So, it's hard to compare, honestly. I think that here's the thing: is like last week James and a couple other Lake Stevens fans were going back to when they played O'Day last, right? 4 years ago. And, obviously would they beat this year's team? I don't know. Hypothetically, it's hard to say, right? But GK is like you said, Devin, they're loaded, man. I mean, they didn't just return everybody from last year. They added guys that were dudes on other teams to get to this point. So you can't overlook that. And with what Lake Stevens lost last year, I mean, they didn't just lose, like a couple guys. They lost a guy that went to go play at the University of Oregon who's already saw the field and gotten carries, in a game, and Jaden Lemar. So, I mean, Madsen is a young quarterback he's probably going to be what Rocco Koch is right now, what Davion Super-Alice is right now. You could even make the argument that he's right there with them right now, and I would say when Madsen gets to his junior year and his senior year, he will probably be the dude in the entire state of Washington at that moment in time. So depending on who else comes around and who else develops, I think it's very fair to say that he will be the best quarterback more than likely in at least 2 years, maybe next year, depending on how it goes. But as for
he's a junior.
He's already a junior.
Yeah. My bad.
So, but still though, I mean, he's probably the best 2025 quarterback in the state. Okay. I mean, you could put an argument up for a few other kids, but as far as Warriors leading his team to, it's pretty undeniable.
Yeah, I think he's right there in the mix. But I see what you're saying as well, Nick, that next year he will be the step above where, Davion and Rocco are now. Colton will be there. But he's still just right there, but that extra step.
Yeah, look at how he's gone from having, like Nick mentioned, an Oregon running back, toting the rock for them last year, much to the same tune as Jason Brown is for O'Day right now, breaking in a new quarterback. And this year, they've got Limar's little brother there, who's just as herald of a recruit, but it's been more of the Matson show to where he's kind of taking those reins in. Like you said, I think Limar's gone. No, Limar's 25 also, so they'll be looking to play together for another year. But just one more year for those two guys being the main cogs of the backfield. That's the scariest part about this team is they're really not even at full potential. So. Where you look at like Graham Kapowsin, they're going to graduate a lot of kids in the 2-year trajectory. I definitely will take Blake Stevens if I'm looking forward to next year, but there's a lot of good seniors on GK and juniors.
Let me jump in on that point real quick, because last year we said the same thing about Graham Kapowsin, though. Graham Kapowsin was coming off of a championship the year before, undefeated, and then they dusted off the 7A champion from Georgia. And we all thought, hey, these guys are graduating a lot of players. They're probably not going to be as good as they were last year. They were only slightly not as good last year. I mean, they still made it to the semifinals last season. Yeah, Lake Stevens did beat them. I mean, credit is given where credit is due, 42-28. But, this season is a little bit different in terms of, it's kind of the opposite. Lake Stevens lost a couple of guys, and Graham Kapowsin added more, and they bring back most everybody. So, I mean, I hope that they are on the trajectory to play, but it's not like in stone or anything like that, because Skyview is super good. Like, Skyview is going to end up, probably having a lot to say about who ends up going to the state championship. And I'll even make the point here, Tyson, Devin, you're just coming back. I'll make the point. We don't know with the MCC, okay? We don't know with Kamiakin and Chiawana. We don't even know with Moses Lake yet. In terms of those teams coming over and playing the teams on the west side, we really don't know. There has not been like a litmus test to tell us, hey, here's the who's beat who of this situation. We don't know.
This week we'll learn a teeny bit, I would say.
Yeah, with Eastmont and Skyline.
Yep.
Yeah, but still, that's Wenatchee. That's not a poo-poo comment on Eastmont in any way, shape, or form, right? I'm just saying that the bulk of the media and the teams that they like, Chiawana, Kamiakin, MCC. Now people are starting to talk about Gonzaga Prep, which they should, right? Like, we really just kind of don't know at this point. And I still say, right, that despite East Lake's effort in that game against Lake Stevens this last week, the Kingco is still going to have some teams that are going to, make it difficult for everybody. There's no layups here when it comes to the first round of the playoffs in the round of 16 for 4A. So, I mean, Lake Stevens and Graham Kapowsin still have to get there. But we all picked Curtis last week, right, guys? I mean, if Curtis ends up playing Graham Kapowsin again, or if Curtis ends up playing Lake Stevens, if they went out to this point, hell, Emerald Ridge, throw them in the conversation, right? I mean, they still got to play against Graham Kapowsin, right? So let's say they beat them, and then you got a three-way tie at the top of the SPSL. It's like, who are you really feeling comfortable with at the end of the season to get there? There's so much more football to play over these next 3 weeks. I'm so excited to get into it.
Yeah, we got Graham Kapowsin and Emerald Ridge coming up here in 2 weeks. I mean, there's really only 3 regular season weeks left, but leagues like that, that's as good of a matchup as you'll find in, whether it's cross classification, cross leagues, as far as in 4A, it's going to be a high scoring shootout, not to look too far ahead.
I will say also, it's going to be hard to bet against GK come playoff time, just given who they've played and who, if they've won, who they've beaten. It's a tough schedule, and if they win out, I think they're a clear favorite.
All right, let's move on a little bit. So to recap again, Graham Kapowsin 42-35 over Curtis. Linden Christian 21-20 over Nooksack Valley. Linden Christian now in the driver's seat for getting the automatic berth out of the Northwest Conference 1A. Lake Stevens wins at Eastlake 35-27. Good win for Lake Stevens against a tough Eastlake team that could end up proving to be the best team in Kingco this year, although I still think that Mount Si is in the conversation for Kingco. The game that we talked about briefly with Mr. Aiden Brown, Kalama beats Onalaska to 36. I want to say I'm particularly proud about that pick because just me and a couple of photographers that also pick for the Daily News, they cover Kalama. So, of course, they had to pick Kalama, but everybody else in the newspaper picked Onalaska in that one. And I was like, yeah, no. I looked at the picks, and I'm like, am I missing something here? I was like, is Onalaska, like, really good? I figured that this was going to be like a coin toss, but then everybody, had Onalaska. So I was like, well, you know what? I was like, I think they're going to come through for me this week. And then they did. And I was talking to Jody Nalen, the editor of the Daily News, who puts together the Pigskin Profits. And he said the exact same thing to me about Wakayakum playing Ilwaco, because I had Ilwaco in that. He's like, oh, no, sir. No, no, Wakayakum's gonna win that one. They've got the horses for it. So we traded picks, that kind of inside picks, you know what I mean? It's like there's a lot of people thought Ilwaco was going to win in that one too. So kudos to Jody Nalen. East Side Catholic 31-10 over Garfield last week. Kind of saw that one coming. I think you guys both had East Side Catholic in that one also. Juanita and Bellevue, Tyson, man. Bellevue 56-7 over your number 10 team, Juanita.
It's like 535 rushing yards.
That's the kind of Bellevue performance that we're all used to seeing, right?
Big time, yeah. I mean, especially for a team that we know can pass, for them to run for 535 in a game, that's just ridiculous.
Mount Si wins at Woodinville 24-7. Impressive win for Mount Si. Woodinville's been really tough this year, especially at home. So to go on the road and their defense holding them to 7 points, that's a very, very encouraging sign if you're the Mount Si Wildcats, because they've been able to put up points so far this season, but holding Woodinville to 7, that's a good win for them. Skyline over North Creek 39-13. Tumwater, no problem with Aberdeen 55-0. Battleground, impressive win in 4A against a 3A Lakes team 23-0. That's probably that between Lakes and Mount Tahoma the last 2 weeks. Battleground has looked really, really good in the Greater St. Helens League 4A. And then here's like my number one Vince McMahon impressive win of the week was Washougal at Hudson's Bay, 55-14. I mean, Devin had Washougal win in the game, right? Probably expected that, Devin, but 55-14. Are you kidding me? I guarantee that you didn't expect that.
Not that big, no.
I mean, crazy. Toledo and PL Willapa Valley, 27-24. Guys, it was 27-0 Toledo, and then PL Willapa Valley comes back and makes it interesting late. I guarantee that Toledo's happy to get out of town with a win there in that one, no matter what the circumstances are. And then a crazy finish in the next game that we picked, Kennewick and Richland. Kennewick pulls out the hook and lateral on the last play of the game to win as time expires, 36-29. Freeman at Colville, the Scotties end up winning that one. That's Freeman, by the way, 41-23. Lincoln at Stadium. I mentioned this one earlier, but Lincoln 42-9 at Stadium. Yeah, very impressive there. Mount Tahoma at Bonnie Lake. Bonnie Lake was sporting a pretty decent record, Tyson. And yeah, boy, Mount Tahoma 41-8, making me look bad.
Same here.
Natchez Valley at Zilla. I think you liked Natchez Valley last week, Tyson. They end up getting a win 30-14. Zilla's not bad. I think that's a really good win for Natchez Valley, and I think that they've got to really be taken seriously in the 1A classification. Othello at Prosser. Guys, this was probably the total opposite of what we thought would happen. An absolute shootout, 45-43. Two teams that have been primarily low scoring to this point in the season. Othello now with the inside track in potentially getting the top seed out of the CWAC. That's a huge win for the Huskies of Othello. Friday Harbor and Forks. Fork in the road ends up winning that one 40-6. Friday Harbor kind of not up to snuff in that one. So what do you think, guys?
Yeah, I was really shocked by that Othello and Prosser outcome. I think we mentioned, or maybe it was just me, that it was going to be a low-scoring game last week. And 45-42, I think, little flash ahead, but Prosser quarterback had a huge game. Othello ran the crap out of the ball. It was really the offensive performance from Prosser I expected to see more often earlier this season. And certainly didn't think that we'd see an offensive outburst like we did in that game. But yeah, the race in the CWAC's getting interesting. I mean, it's pretty much at this point, it's up to Ephrata and Othello. And if you would have asked me after week 2 if those were the two teams I had on top, I would have said no. So I'm pretty surprised to see that this is the way it's kind of shaken up, just like it did last year.
Looks like to me Othello is going to win out. I think they beat Ellensburg, Kelso, and East Valley myself. So it kind of seems like they control their own destiny.
Well, the Kelso game really doesn't matter. It's a good opportunity for them to play a higher classification team. I think that so last year, Devin, that game was scheduled to be played at Kelso, and it ended up getting canceled. I can't remember the reasons why, but they didn't end up playing the game. And is it going to be in Othello this year then? Okay. Kelso's not nearly the team as they were last year. They still have Peyton Stewart, which is a big-time player. Again, the game doesn't matter, but it is a good test for Othello to get under their belt. I would be careful in saying that they're going to no doubt beat Ellensburg, because Ellensburg has been a little bit sneaky and competitive this year. If I remember correctly, it was either like 9-7 or 7-6, something close like that with Prosser and Ellensburg.
7-0.
7-0. Okay, so yeah. I mean, I figured it was a real close game, but
and Ephrata still got Ellensburg and Ellensburg and Prosser left to go. So that league's going to look like the GSHL by the time it's week 9.
Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt what you're saying, though, Devin. I think that realistically they do have the inside track for sure. Would they be favored in their last 2 league games? I would say yes. All right. So that's all the games that we did last week. Did you guys have any specific games out of those 20 that you wanted to say anything about real quick before we move on?
I just want to comment on Archbishop Murphy, because I think that they're starting to grow, into a solid, decent team. I know they didn't win a game last year. They brought in a whole bunch of new guys and new staff, new look, everything pretty much it seems like. And playing Linden to only a touchdown loss is a fantastic game. I think next year they're a team to watch, but it'll be interesting who's going to play quarterback, because I know Joven Shocker is a senior right now, and I don't want to say who's going to be the quarterback, but I know they have a 27 athlete. His name is Javin Lada. He's a pretty good quarterback as well, dual threat. I don't know if he's going to start, but it could be a decent team as well next year. But I think that they played really well against Linden, and that surprised me.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I take away from that is that Archbishop has been improving each week pretty much that they've played this season. They are a lot better than they were last season. That's for damn sure. But I mean, I'm not gonna crap on Archbishop Murphy in that sense that they're not that close to Linden, but I just don't feel like that Linden played. I don't think they executed the game plan that they were supposed to execute in that one, and I think they viewed that game as more of like a let's see if we can get some other aspects of our game working, because Linden's going to need to be a little bit more multi-dimensional as they get to the postseason. They came into this year wanting to throw the ball a lot more with Hebner at quarterback, and then we saw how it played out in the first game against Ferndale, which, by the way, is a totally different conversation in itself. But the very next week, they ended up going back to the power run game, playing WF West, and they absolutely had no problem running all over WF West in that game. But again, I don't want to take anything away from the effort of Archbishop Murphy. That game was tied 21-21. Sooner or later during the course of the game, you've got to wake up and you've got to play the game. I mean, Linden's fortunate to come out of that one with a win.
Yeah, I will also say that, Brant only threw the ball 15 times. They were still the Linden ways of 35, 40, rushes a game. I think Brant ran the ball like 25 times and then he handed off the ball like about 20, so they're still doing their thing about running the ball. But Archbishop Murphy has a very solid defensive line. Hakeem Smalls has the offer from Nevada, and, Jack, skipping on his last name right now, but I think Tyson will know.
Severs.
Yes, thank you. He's solid as well, but I do see what you're saying as well. It's just not comparable at the moment. And it was probably just an off day by Linden as well, because it happens.
Yeah, I don't know how the game exactly went down, but I assume, Archbishop has some good athletes, and they probably hit for a few big plays to start that game, and probably had Linden kind of shocked looking at some of the other results of Archbishop playing interleague opponents. And, a team that's got speed like that, all it takes is one broken play by Linden, and, you got yourselves a game, and one that was really that low scoring. There wasn't a ton of other games that jumped off the paper to me overall. That we didn't have in our pick'ems. Obviously, my biggest shock, I think, was Nooksack and Linden Christian overall, especially seeing what I think it was 20-7 or earlier in that game. But there's three teams that I don't have in my top 10, so we probably won't talk about them much, but they just continue to make me be like, raise my eyebrows. You can't really see my eyebrows. I was going to show you, but Roosevelt in the 3A class beaten, not a huge opponent, Ingram, 48-7. They're at 5-1. Their first loss of the season, or they lost their first game of the season this year to Monroe. And, Monroe was on a lot of people's rankings to start the year, some a little higher, some a little lower. But game that was only 34-25, and I think people question Monroe for it. That's not a very big win, this team that went undefeated last year. But Roosevelt's shown how good they are. They have a quarterback named Dalton Anderson that I shared his film. He was just ripping the ball all over the field, 50 yards in the air. Looks like a real good player. So their win, comfortable win, had, raised my eyebrows. Cedar Crest just keeps winning. I know they have kind of a funky schedule, but beat Meadowdale 52-13. And then a team that I just want to fit on my 1A ranking so bad, but Cascade Christians put a hold on it in LaSalle, winning 36-0, sitting down here at 6-0. So, games that we haven't put on our radars, but all three of those teams are I don't think anybody saw them at 5-1, 6-0 at this point of the year in the preseason.
I'm glad you mentioned those teams, especially LaSalle. LaSalle's been playing super good this year, and it just adds to the depth that 1A really has as well right now. You could really argue that 10 teams are legitimately a threat to get to potentially the semifinal round.
Yeah, definitely. I shared that sentiment in the preseason show that, 3A, 4A gets all the love. I put a poll out for being the deepest, but I've said since day one that I think 1A, when you look at especially the top 12, but top 16, that and 4A are pretty much on par for. You could see a 16 upset of 1, or 15 and a 2 or something like that in a round of 16 format.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in real quick with Anacortes. This is a team that I think all three of us, if I remember correctly, picked them to win the state championship for 2A. And they are consistently turning in good performances week in and week out, no matter who the opponent is. And this last week they played Seaholm, and Seaholm's been fringe, I would say, in competing for a playoff spot out of the 2A Northwest Conference, and they gave Linden a tough game again last week. But Anacortes just goes on the road and takes care of business 36-9 in that one, and then the points were scored late for Seaholm. Anacortes was dangerous last year, mostly on the offensive side of the ball, but this year their defense has really been the reason why that they're successful week in and week out. And first couple of weeks of the season, Tyson, I mean, Anacortes was kind of still getting their offense underneath of them, but the defense has just been lights out from day one.
Yeah, I think a product of that mainly is there hasn't been turnover for them in that regard. There was player-wise, losing a guy like Hayden John or Garrett Bickley on the defensive line. I forgot his dang name to start the season too. Devin remembered it. He was a linebacker for him. But anyways, that's about what they lost off of their defense. But defensive coordinator stayed, same guy, John Dumas. Has done an excellent job with calling that defense and really utilizing it to stop both the run and the pass. But they had some churn at offensive coordinator and head coach. Anderson moves up from being the O-line coach to the head coach. Dubuque, I believe, was the quarterback coach last year, and now he's the offensive coordinator. So really, I mean, I think that's no slight to any of the coaching staff. They had to break in the gears a little bit on their new bicycle since they were in control. And the offense has certainly rolled much smoother in recent memory, getting lots of people involved over the last few weeks. And Rylan Lang's really blossomed into a go-to guy outside, which I figured he would. He has great hands, and I'd put him up in a wrestling match against any kid in the state, any weight, you name it. He's just a menace. And then, we saw him play the Cedar Woolley game. They did it with a combination of different guys running the ball. Brock Beener didn't play running back in that game, and they gave it to his twin Brady, and they got Archero going and running some jet sweeps. And, so I think they've learned to spread it out, and their offense is just getting its legs under it. I don't think they've played their best football overall yet, but they're really starting to get going at the right time.
Yeah, I would agree with that last statement as well. They haven't played their best football. Sorry to interrupt you. It is a team that we were high on as well last year, very early on, and we were the believers early, and I think just given the fact that, like Tyson mentioned, Rylan stepping up big, and, Landon is still there, and Brock, Brady, and Rex is playing very well. He's been very consistent all year and leading the offense very smoothly. I think that that's just a team that is the favorite in my eyes in the 2A, but
and there's three kids that nobody really talks about for them that have made the biggest difference, in my opinion, watching some of the games. Luca Moore, he was a 2025, reclassified as a 2026. He's been playing Hayden John's position on defense.
Yep.
And he just flies up and on the run fits, and he's taking guys' legs out, in the flats, and he's really playing all over the field. Cooper Barton was just their kicker last year, also plays basketball, but he's been playing wide receiver and cornerback for them. I think he had two picks in the Cedar Woolley game. I don't know what the stats were in the Seahome game, but also has played a key role on offense. And then Tyler Olson has taken over that linebacker slot of forgive me, the kid's name I can never remember. I was just mentioning from last year.
Adrian
Castro. Yeah, Adrian Castro. Tyler Olson's been all over the field, and he can even run the ball on football or on offense if they need him to. But it's like, they lost him. You lose a guy to Idaho at the 2A level, that's a pretty big deal. And Bickley went to Central himself, but these new guys have showed up, and their defense looks even better.
That's what I was going to say next. I was going to shout out to the offensive line because, like you mentioned, losing some names, but, Toby and Garrett and whoever else off the top, can't remember off the top of my head, but those guys have really stepped up as well. And, Anacortes has 450 yards of offense each game, and the offensive line is a big part of that, so all those guys have stepped up huge.
They've really done a good job protecting Rex so far from what I've seen this year. And you got Leesman at 305 playing left guard. I'm unfamiliar with the kid's name playing left tackle, but he's 6'3", 230, 240. He's a little bit longer. Another kid I just didn't mention too that's really bloomed for them is sophomore tight end and defensive end Micah Dickinson. He was the C-team quarterback last year. His dad was one of our woodshop teachers when I was there in high school. And but in the Cedar Woolley game, made a few plays in the backfield. Was playing on special teams. He's 6'4", 220, 230. In the game prior to, I think it was the Lakewood game, he caught a 16-yard touchdown. So he's been finding ways to work himself in, and he's been a real difference maker. It's not often you find an athletic kid at 6'4", 220 that likes to play physical at the 2A level. He's been a real weapon for them down the stretch.
James is missing kitchen nightmares tonight, guys. Sorry, James. Thanks for tuning in. We're a lot better than Gordon Ramsay, I promise you.
Hey, you can watch both at the same time.
Absolutely.
Throw it on the TV.
You can always rewatch what we say too. I mean, we're always on the repeat. We got it.
Listen to us tomorrow.
Let's get into some top performances, guys. Let's talk about who did it last week, and then let's get to some games coming up here, and then also let's do some rankings. That's what James is waiting for, by the way. Let's go ahead and start in 4A, guys. I'll grab first couple here if I got them pulled up. Gotta find my tab. There we go. Sorry, got some freaking stuffed up crap going on here, like allergy season. In a loss for Richland, Joshua Woodard, 416 yards passing and 3 touchdowns against Kennewick. That's a big number there. And then, of course, Davion Super Alice, 20 of 26 for 210, 3 touchdowns, and then 92 yards rushing and a touchdown. There's a couple of 4A top performers. And then Josh Minold of Skyline, 33 carries as a running back at 193 yards and 3 touchdowns. And then he also had a receiving touchdown in the win against North Creek.
Yeah, I have a couple more. Ian Schwartz from Lewis and Clark. He had 5 touches for 117 yards and a touchdown and 2 sacks on defense. And then I don't know about his yardage or reception count, but Parker Mady of Curtis, one of Rocco's favorite targets, he had 3 touchdowns in that game against Graham Kapowson. Seemed to be the go-to guy.
Yeah, I just had a couple more here. A couple quarterbacks. Jake Shackle from Emerald Ridge, 24 33 for 377 and 6 touchdowns. Colton Matson, Lake Stevens, 25 of 37, 251 and 3 more touchdowns. And then I have Brody Melling from South Kitsap. He had 7 tackles, pass broken up. And if you watch his film, just had an overall great game. Just involved.
Nice. Anybody else at 4A that you guys wanted to throw a mention on? No? All right, cool. 3A. Let's get down here. Cedar Crest is playing 3A, right?
2A, I believe. They're 2A Westco. JT Marsh.
I was thinking, I had JT Marsh, but for Bellevue, Blake Teets, he's running back and had 137 rushing yards. But as a team, the team ran for 525 in the win against Juanita.
Shout out to those offensive linemen.
I got one. I got another one here as well. Just let me find it here real quick.
Yeah, just right behind Dimitri. Sorry.
For Kelso High School, Aiden Mintonnier. Yeah, Mintonnier. He had 100 yards rushing, had 137 total, and then 3 touchdowns on 13 carries in a win against Heritage.
I've only got one for 3A, but wide receiver out of Lincoln, Jamani Talapsi, I think that's how you say it. He had 6 catches for 165 yards and 3 touchdowns, but that was at halftime. So they had a big enough lead that he didn't need to contribute in the second half much.
That's crazy. That's a great game. I have a couple for 3A as well. Let's see. I got Jamal Guy Jr. from Chief South, 7 catches, 135 yards, 2 touchdowns. Drake Matthews from Gig Harbor, 6 catches for 92 yards, 3 touchdowns. And wanted to shout out Jacob Ford from Yelm. He had 1 catch for 35 yards, a touchdown, 1 rush for 44 yards, and another touchdown. So every time he touches the ball, turns into 6 points.
I think you did the same thing the week before. It was like
Yep.
2 catches for 56 and a touchdown, and 2 rushes for 65 and a kick return touchdown or something.
Yep, he's one of those guys for Yelm that's it's going to be a key factor. He's going to make those big plays, that people aren't really going to pay attention to, and he's going to be that guy.
Yeah, him and AJ Henderson both seem like players that we didn't talk about at all last year,
Yep.
but they've been real difference makers for them.
All right, let's move down the ranks into the 2A section here. Guys from the game that I did last week, Ari Long at home against Woodland. For Woodland, the running back Elijah Anderson, 221 yards rushing and 4 touchdowns on 24 carries. He also turned in an interception on defense. So super good performance there from Elijah Anderson. And then, like you mentioned to me earlier, that Cedar Crest is actually playing the 2A schedule. JT Marsh caught 6 balls for 210 yards and 2 touchdowns. And he also threw a 92-yard touchdown in a win over Meadowdale. And then I had Joey Olson of Ellensburg, 166 rushing yards and 3 touchdowns, 2 of them on the ground, 1 of them in the air. And then he had the game-winning score late in the game against Wenatchee.
I'll shoot off a couple here. Corey McClure of Prosser in that game I mentioned earlier, 436 passing yards. And then if you haven't gone and watched his film, we've talked about him a lot this year, but Ty Webster of Sammamish, 37 carries, 267 yards, and 4 touchdowns. And there's a lot of good athletes that play running back and put up big numbers in this state. And this is no knock to them, but that kid is a running back. Like, just the instincts he runs with, the amount of broken arm tackles, really as big of a 2A workhorse as you're going to find in the 2A level especially.
Yeah, I just had a couple for 2A. Ronan Rasmussen for Highline. He went very efficient, 9 of 11 for 210, 4 touchdowns. As we mentioned earlier, Rylan Lang, he had 9 catches for 121 yards and 2 touchdowns. Let's see. Samaj Aros from Lindbergh High School, 11 tackles and a blocked field goal. Also wanted to shout out Andre Watson from Seaholm. He didn't have the best game. He had 7 catches for 72 yards, but he is now the all-time receptions leader in Seaholm history. And last week, he broke the record for most receiving yards in a game, and he is 2 touchdowns away from breaking the record for most receiving touchdowns in a game, and still has a whole senior year next year.
Those are going to be tough record books to catch by the time he's done. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I had just a couple more here for 2A. For Clarkston, Hayden Line, he wide receiver and caught a touchdown of 46 yards, and he had a 40-yard interception return for a touchdown. He also threw a 46-yard touchdown pass. So a couple different ways to be effective in the game against Rogers of Spokane. And then Rex Larson, your boy Tyson of Anacortes, 23 of 27 for 301 and 3 touchdowns in that win over Seaholm. How did he slip by?
Yeah, they had a good offensive performance altogether. Another kid out of Anacortes, Brock Beener, 10 carries, 111 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 receptions, and 48 yards on offense. Probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to 15 tackles, although I don't have anything official in that realm. Another NWC standout, Karsten Reynolds, 15-18, 241, 6 touchdowns, 6 carries for 45 yards and 5 tackles against Burlington. Plays for Cedar Woolley. Looks like they went back to the passing game, and it's just a crying shame that they may probably be eliminated. But Devin, anybody else have any more? I don't want to step on any toes. I have 2 more.
No, you're good. You're good.
All right, Deontay Mormon at Archbishop Murphy, defensive back, had a 94-yard kick return touchdown, 1 interception, and 4 tackles in that close-fought battle against Linden. And then quarterback from Stalakum, Drew McDonald, 13 of 18 for 260 and 5 touchdowns.
Nice. Let's move down to 1A real quick here. You guys got any for 1A that you wanted to talk about?
I only have a couple. I mentioned one earlier when Trey Bosman, he had the 2 interceptions and 2 touchdowns for Linden Christian last week. And then I also have Michael Vassar from Tenino, 4 touchdowns and 2 sacks on the day.
Nice.
I've got Jackson Almond of Cascade Christian, and he's wide receiver, but he got his first start at quarterback, and he threw for 214 yards and 5 touchdowns, and he also had a 48-yard interception return for a touchdown in the win against Bellevue Christian. And then Lance Gogol of Chelan, 342 yards on 41 carries, 4 touchdowns, and a win over Colfax. Are you kidding me?
Monster. I bet he can hike as many places as the Mountain Goats do in the Chelan area. Have that kind of foundation under you to take 41 carries. I can't imagine. So that's his second 300-yard game this season too.
341 is monstrous, bro.
Yeah, I think it was 303 on 10 carries or something ridiculous a couple weeks ago. He averaged 30 yards a carry. Yeah, I think it was only 10 carries. I had one more kid from Eastern Washington, Calvin Mickelson, 19 of 23, 275, 4 touchdowns through the air, and a rushing touchdown for Lakeside. I don't think he's thrown the ball that many times in a game all year, so it shows that their offense is gelling, because we saw them play earlier this season, and they were winning games 17-7. I think they beat Linden Christian 14-7. But the last few weeks, they've scored, I think, 40+.
I did also want to add Kelly Time Jr. from Spanaway Lake. Forgot that when we were doing this class, but he had 6 tackles, 3 picks, one of those for a touchdown. And then also wanted to give a shout out to Independent. So they're not in a class, but Bellingham High School quarterback Josh Leonard. He went 14 of 20 for 383 yards and 2 touchdowns. His career high for passing yards in a game. Comes a week after he had to beat the Bellingham, or tied the Bellingham record for completion percentage in a game, and then I believe the week before that, most yards as well. After re-breaking his record, his first year at Bellingham. He was at Squalcombe before, playing under his dad now. Just got an offer from a school in Missouri.
His little brother's the number 1 ranked 2033 quarterback in the nation.
Yeah. I talk to his dad all the time. His little brother is already like 5'8" at that size, and he's going to be really good. Yeah, so
he's only 8 years old too.
9, yeah, something like that, right?
5'8" at that age is huge.
Yeah, no, he's tall, 5'6", whatever it was. Yeah, he's tall.
Yeah.
They have a middle brother as well, who's a freshman who plays quarterback. I think is switching over because he's only also 5'8".
Okay.
And I will say, Josh's dad, Adam, is 6'7".
Holy cow!
Yeah.
Well, Josh is 6'3", right?
Yeah, almost 6'4", just about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think their mom's about 6 feet as well. So.
Well, that should help turn around the Bellingham program, having the dad be the coach and multiple different age groups of sons, for that matter.
Yeah, and I guess to add on is they're getting enough numbers now. I mean, that's why they went independent, because they were only getting like 30, 40 guys to try out. And now, like he said, this year they got like 80, 85 guys. So they're going to try work towards coming back in the NWC, I believe, in the next couple of years.
Could see another Anacortes story there.
Yeah.
You guys got some 2B guys? I got a couple.
I got none.
I have 3.
I got Caden Mozingo of Onalaska in that game against Kalama. As the quarterback, he had 333 yards rushing on 23 carries and 3 touchdowns in the game. And then obviously Aiden Brown that we had on earlier, threw for 215, ran for 200, 2 touchdowns through the air, 2 touchdowns on the ground. So super impressive performances by both quarterbacks in that game that, it was a real treat to probably be a part of. We'll have to talk to Matt King about that possibly next week there, Tyson.
Yeah, definitely. I'd love to get his take on it. I have 2 guys. One, this kid, he's got to be leading the state in tackles. Mentioned him before, but Hudson Holzauer of Stevenson had 21 tackles. I think he has like 125 tackles through 6 games. Just wild. Pretty much the equivalent to, toting it 30 or 40 times at running back. Anyways, running back from Seton Catholic, also probably leading the state in rushing, and especially in the 2B class. Jacob Williams, 21 carries for 199 yards and 3 touchdowns last week.
I actually do have one. Republic. That's a 1B. It is 1B. Yeah, I'm just want to shout out to Tayden Hasenberg. Yeah, it's an 8-man, but he had about 200 all-purpose yards for a couple touchdowns. I think 8 touches, and he's a stud. He's been playing really good all year. If you watch his film, and I know it's only 8-man, but hey, I think he's good enough to play at the next level, at least at the JUCO level. So hopefully he finds that.
I love looking at 8-man stats. I saw a kid from Chief Lachey. It was a couple weeks ago. He had. I'm trying to look up his name real quick just so I can actually reference him. But he had 9 touches for 365 yards, and 7 of them went for touchdowns.
Yeah. I think I have a 1B as well to join with what Devin has. Let me just from Nacelle, quarterback Jacob Lindstrom. He was 4 for 4 passing with 150 yards and 2 touchdowns, and then he had 124 yards and 3 touchdowns on the ground, and he was never tackled in the game at all. And then his teammate Jack Strange, 3 carries for 139 yards and 2 touchdowns. So yeah. Also, I want to go back real quick. I forgot one for 2B for Wakayakum, Zach Carlson. He had 174 yards passing, 3 touchdowns, and then he had 162 yards and a touchdown on the ground. And his wide receiver teammate Garrett Wilson had 2 catches for touchdowns, and he had 2 total catches in the game, 127 yards on those 2 receptions. So sporting some pretty good averages in those games there.
Yeah, 1A football stats are incredible. It's fun film to watch, too.
Cool. You guys got any more top performers you want to talk about? Or are we all good? All right, let's move on. All right, so normally for rankings, Tyson, we start at the bottom at 2B. I want to go right to the top this time. So we're going to start at 4A here. Due to popular demand, the ticker tape is back. Number 1, Graham Kapowson. Number 2, Lake Stevens. Number 3, Skyview. Number 4, Curtis. Number 5, Bothell. Number 6, Emerald Ridge. 7, Moses Lake. 8, East Lake. 9, Camas. And 10, Chiawana. This looks like the exact same list from last week, Tyson.
It is indeed. This is the first time all year I've done that with any classification. Ultimately, we had a brief conversation, but yeah, maybe move Curtis down, but do I move him below Emerald Ridge, who they beat by 20 plus? They lost to the number 1 team in the class by a touchdown, and that touchdown, if you're looking at the game from a series by series standpoint, was literally a Hail Mary at halftime. So, do they deserve to move down? In my mind, no. East Lake, they stay at number 8 because, frankly, unless you're West Lynn, nobody's played Lake Stevens to a 1-score game this year. And I have a hard time believing a lot of these other teams below them or even a few in front of them would have that same type of result. But that's not taking anything away from the Battleground, Eastmont, Gonzaga Prep, Kennedy Catholic, Mount Size of the world, even Kamiakin Skyline. That's where, like I mentioned earlier, the round of 16 in 4A is going to be absolutely nuts.
Hey, at least you're not the RPI. Have you seen that?
I haven't looked in a couple weeks.
Oh my gosh. Eastmont is 1, Moses Lake 2, GK 3. I think Lake Stevens like 8, Baltle's 9 or something like that. It's crazy.
Well, I saw SB Lives today too. It's like, clearly favoring a few leagues over the others. The one I didn't understand, they've still got Kamiakin at 10 and Chiawana at 8, and Moses Lake isn't even on the top 10, which, we could poke holes in their schedule or something and say, oh, what kind of 6-0 is that? But to consider them like Battleground when they beat a team like Kamiakin, yeah, I don't want to poo-poo other rankings, but people could do. I prefer people to do that to mine instead. It makes it more fun.
Yeah.
Well, it's also there's something to be said about it being like worth your time too. Like you don't want to just put rankings out there just to put them out there. I mean, you kind of want it to reflect what you would really do. And we were talking, like you said, we were talking a little bit earlier about what we would really do. And you mentioned Curtis losing. I made the argument that typically when a team loses, they're going to drop in the standings. I'm going to use like a college reference here. Like Oklahoma beat Texas, right? But Texas is still a really good team. They have a win over Alabama. Not many teams can say they have wins over Alabama in the last decade. Obviously, on a season-by-season basis, you take everything at face value. But, do I still feel Texas is better than a lot of teams that they fell behind? Yes. But do I have to drop them in the rankings at the same time? Yes. Does that necessarily mean that they're the 12th best team in the country? Probably not. They're probably higher than that. But in high school sports, it's a little bit different because, you can still play it out in a tournament setting. And if you go back and you say, is Curtis going to play Emerald Ridge? Are they going to play East Lake? Are they going to play Skyline, Mount Si, right? Who would you take in those games, right? And if you're going to continuously say, I'm going to take Curtis in those games, I think that you can realistically rank them still in the same spot where they're at, So I don't necessarily think that you have to drop a team just because. I understand, what your reasoning is behind that. But at the same time, for me, it's hard to still consider that somebody can't move above them for a couple weeks and allow them the opportunity to kind of work themselves back up into the rankings. You know what I'm saying? That's the only part about what I was trying to say, that I think that it could still, both things can be true, is kind of where I'm at.
Oh, for sure. I just, in my, I may not have a computer to put my formula into, but my computer's up here. And I would say I weight a 1-score loss to the number 1 or number 2 ranked team in the state as virtually a win. It's better than a win against a non-ranked opponent at that point. So that's where the main justification comes from overall in my formula.
And I don't think it's bad. Like, I really don't. Like, I mean, we're sitting here. Last week, we all picked Curtis. Okay, so does that make us look like idiots? I don't think so. I think that there are a lot of people that thought that Curtis was going to be able to win that game just based on how they performed and how good their quarterback has been this year. So, like you said, Graham Kapowski is the number 1 team, for a reason, right? I mean, Lake Stevens is right there. I still think that those two teams are just opposite ends of the coin where, they could probably each make a pretty good argument for being in the number 1 spot. I just, for whatever reason, I think that we're all kind of collectively on the same page about who we think would hypothetically win that matchup. That's all. So,
yeah, and Graham Kapowski hasn't done anything to, they've had a few 1-score close games, but it's against 2 really great teams, Sumner and Curtis both. And was it Olympia that they didn't necessarily blow out earlier in the season. But, if you're winning by a score or 2 scores every single week, that I wouldn't call those slip-ups. So I did flip-flop a few 1 and 2s in other classifications, but I want to see, let's see what happens with Graham Kapowsin and Emerald Bridge here in 2 weeks. Like I said, and you said, we picked Curtis to win this game. So hypothetically, I had Graham Kapowsin moving down, but a win's a win. Same with Lake Stevens and Eastlake. If you want to make the comparison, well, Lake Stevens beat Eastlake. Well, they only beat them by 8. I mean, it's not like it was 48-17. Both these games were 1-score games, and virtually, frankly, if I'm being honest, I'm taking Curtis over Eastlake. So still, that's why they're 1 and number 2.
So Auntie M's got a comment here. It says rankings are only a suggestion. True, yes, they are a suggestion, but also I would say that
from me, they're a suggestion because I have nothing to do with selection committees.
From anybody, bro, let's be honest here. Like, if you're part of the Associated Press, right, and you're voting on the rankings each week, it's a suggestion as an individual as well. All you do is you just total up all the votes of all the suggestions. If you look at some of the first place points and the votes and how they're divvied out, like, I don't know, somebody's putting Tumwater at like 4th or 5th in theirs. They're not getting first and second place votes. So yes, it's a suggestion, right? But this is also a guide to what the selection committee is going to go off of in terms of public perception and opinion. So it's not saying that Tyson, your rankings are the foremost authority on what we got to look at Recruit Radar's rankings here, guys, before we put together the brackets this year, But at the same time, I mean, if you look at all the rankings collectively from humans, I mean, they're all pretty similar. If I remember, like, the AP's got, Graham Kapowsin and Lake Stevens fighting over all the first place votes as well. And, had Curtis won that game, I guarantee that there would have been some people that would have put them number 1.
Mm-hmm.
Would anybody argue against that? Would anybody on this panel say that if Curtis won that game, that they wouldn't have gotten some first place votes?
Oh, especially with their blowout at Emerald Ridge. I mean, yeah.
Devin, what do you think?
I think they would have gotten votes, and whether that they deserve to be above Lake Stevens is another question. But they 100% would have gotten votes because there's people out there who think that GK is a lot better than Lake Stevens, so then a win over GK would be a lot more valuable.
I'm sure there's Skyview getting votes right now.
And yeah.
As they should.
Yeah.
I mean, Skyview's got probably the best defense in 4A this year. So, I mean, I'm trying to really think off the top of my head. I'm usually really good at remembering things, but I'm fairly positive that they haven't allowed more than 7 points in a game this year, guys. I think that the team that scored the most on them is Bothell, scoring 7. So, we probably aren't giving Skyview enough credit at this point. I think that they're actually a really, really good team. And
yeah, you're correct.
Yeah, they've given up 13 points the whole year.
Yeah, Kamiak 6, Bothell 7, that's it.
And I'm sure those 6 points from Kamiak were
garbage time.
Skyview had pulled, their rotation.
But
a 28
that also includes Jesuit here, guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not blowout, but
for a team for a team of Jesuits, past.
Yep.
Granted, they're 2-4 this year, but they just beat a team called Aloha from Beaverton, Oregon, 70-0. So there's, they took their blows to Central Catholic and Westland and Tualatin, but we saw that, or Tualatin, right, Nick?
Yep, you got it.
Yeah, Tualatin beat Lincoln earlier this year, but so they're not the Jesuit of, say 8-9 years ago, but that's still a very formidable opponent.
I'm just saying, I mean, there are a lot of teams that, are going to go through the course of a season and, win over people for votes. And I think that Lake Stevens is a really good team. James is still throwing down the max
power rankings.
power
Is
rankings.
that all
here. I mean,
classes?
that's all
I like it,
classes
James.
there. I mean, I mean, it's kind of pointless to do an all class rating in my opinion because I mean it's so much more hypothetical. At least with each individual class, you can see it play out on the field eventually. At some point, you can go back and kind of realize if you were right, if you were wrong. You know, and listen, I was 5 for 5 last year in when we got to the bracket in picking state champions, and you guys did great as well. So, you know, our track record pretty much speaks for itself when it gets to that point, you know, to this point. So I mean, I'll be wrong, right? I don't care, but I picked Lake Stevens to win the championship last year. It wasn't a blowout. They beat Kennedy Catholic barely. So, I mean, we'll see how it comes out. But I mean, how could you? Here's the thing, like I can't not give credit to the team that wins SPSL. If there's a team that goes undefeated in that league, like I'm sorry, if I'm at that point, I'm measuring which league is better between SPSL and Wesco 4A. And when the only team that you play is Glacier Peak, and they're not even that good. Like I can't like, you know what I mean? Like there's a roadblock there that prevents me from thinking that they're automatically better just because they're undefeated, or they're not actually undefeated. They have one loss, right? But is there a loss to West Lynn? Sure. Correct me if I'm wrong, because you guys probably have it pulled up here, but didn't they allow 48 points to West Lynn in that game? Was it like 48-30?
49.
Okay, so I mean, you're giving up 50, and you're making arguments why that's a good loss. I get that they're the other team's defending state champions, but whatever. I digress. You guys got anything else to add that you want to do on 4A real quick?
Nope. I kind of mentioned those other teams that are on the fringe, but
I will say I like the list. I think maybe a little bit of change in the back half, but I mean I would keep the top 5-6 the same.
Yeah, it's hard not to, really. Like I mentioned before, 10 through 16, really 8 through 16 is pretty judgment call-ish. Yeah. I really look forward to that round of the playoffs. First round. They'll all be fun, but the first round will be so much fun.
Well, just wait till next week. I mean, you know, Camas plays Skyview this week. I mean, Skyview ends up winning that game. You know, they'll have a pretty good win on their resume. Battleground, if they end up winning against Union, they should probably be a top 10 team next week, in my opinion. Tyson, I'll fight hard for them to be a top 10 team.
See, if Skyview wins that game, they will probably get first place votes. And
I personally think Mount Si should be a ranked team as well. I think Mount Si should be in the top 10, personally.
I agree with that.
Right? And I'm not going to sit here and shit on your rankings at all, Tyson, but I mean, I think they're a really good team. And I mean, if you ask me who I think would win a game between Camas and Mount Si, I would take Mount Si. If you had me Chiawana against Mount Si, I'd have Mount Si. That would be my pick right now.
I think Eastmont is also a team that should be in the top 10. You know, I think the win over Meade, Timberline, solid wins, and then Skyline, Moses Lake coming up though. So those are two huge ones.
We will find out about Eastmont in a very short amount of time. So
Gonzaga Prep too. I mean, their only losses to Inglewood, California. If we want to talk about a 4A 100%. School losing to a team that's out of state. I mean, Inglewood, I could go down a list of guys that, you know, I'd only remember half their names at this point, but from the time I was a kid, it's like, oh, he was a Husky, he was a Cougar, he was a Duck, he went to the NFL, et cetera, et cetera. And they're a team that we traditionally know them as, you know, a one-trick pony in their style of play, running the wing T system and pounding the ball. But they got a quarterback over there. His last name's Stafford, and he's 6'4", and he can make all sorts of different throws. And so it's a team that I think in the past people are like, well, if you can stop the run, you know, you could hang with G Prep. But you know, I'm pulling up the score, 32-19 against Inglewood. In California, might I mention, you know, you got to go down there to Inglewood, California, near the LA area. You're talking about a team that's 5-2 down there in California. Have traditionally, like I said, played in a super tough area and and league, and here they are leading their league, and Gonzaga Prep only lost to them by 13. So that's a team that's not even ranked, and it's like I said, 10 through 6. You've got teams that might be worthy of being 3 or 4. You look at their overall resume. Thank you.
You like that? Got the reactions out.
Appreciate
All right.
it.
Yeah. So obviously we're gonna put a halt on the rankings for 4A right now at the moment. We'll come back and pick some games in 4A here in just a little bit time, but the debate goes on from week to week, and I guarantee, guys, it's going to continue to go on. There's only one scenario that I see by the end of the season that Lake Stevens is going to be Tyson's number 1, and that's if Graham Kapowson loses to Emerald Ridge or anybody else between then and now. I will say this though, Tyson, and I would take a strong look at this though. I mean, if Skyview ends up winning against Camas and also wins against Battleground this year, I might consider having them at number 2, number 1 as well. I really would. I don't think that that's that much of a hot take, considering how good that their defense has been. I think that that's a realistic scenario. What say you?
I think, I consider those leagues, well, Skyview's league's better this year, especially than Lake Stevens league. But yeah, you're right. If Graham Kapowson loses to Emerald Ridge, I would bet my future life earnings that Lake Stevens is going to win out. I mean, looking at their schedule, it would take a heroic effort from a team like Glacier Peak to win that game. So you got to look at them as, they're going to have one loss. We know who it is. We know who they are at this point in the season. And I think those other teams definitely are going to have an opportunity to prove more of who they are, given how much stronger their schedule is. But Skyview at 1, definitely possible. I don't know. I still don't. I pretty much see it as Graham Kapowson or Lake Stevens. And if Graham Kapowson wins that Emerald Ridge game, they're truly a lock for that spot in my mind.
Devin, anything to add on that front?
I agree with what Tyson said. That's all I got to add. I'd double down on that.
All right. Well, thank you for the 4A rankings, Tyson. Now let's make fun of your 3A rankings here in just a second.
Make fun of.
Oh, sorry, my
Please
bad.
do.
I meant to talk about them. So at number 1, buddy, no change. O'Day still holding on to the top spot, rightfully so. Number 2, Yelm. Number 3, Eastside Catholic. 4, Bellevue. 5, Arlington. 6, Monroe. 7, Kennewick. 8, Mount Spokane. 9, Gig Harbor. And 10, Garfield. Although you told me on the chat that you don't particularly love Garfield at 10, but it's hard when you get down to that point who you think is actually worthy of a top 10 spot or not. And I'd love to hear your reasons as to why you still have them there, but we'll talk a little bit more about the other teams above that in just a second.
Yeah, as far as why I still have them there, there's really, I either trim my list down every week if someone loses a couple games in a row, or I think, there's really no way I see them working their way back in the top 10, but let's run down this list. I mean, Lincoln, they're at 3-3. Their offense has turned a corner the last 2 weeks where they've scored 42, and they kind of struggled to score to start the year. That's something that I've really liked. Auburn Riverside sitting at 4-2. Took a few losses on the chin earlier this year. One to North Creek, another one to Lincoln. Where do you rank those two? We got Bainbridge. Obviously, we don't know a ton about them. Still sitting at 4-1 after a bye last week. Juanita, I just bounced out of my top 10, and we know why, in that 56-7 loss against Bellevue. You got Mount Tahoma at 3-3, Mountain View at 5-1, Mount Lake Terrace 5-1, Roosevelt 5-1, Timberline 4-2, Edmonds Woodway 5-1, Ridgeline 4-2. Ultimately, I think it just comes down to Garfield playing in the Metro League, and their 2 losses thus far are Eastside Catholic and what was it, O'Day, I think. Trying to look at Lake Stevens, week 1. Team we just hammered on for about 20 minutes. So neither one of their 2 losses are bad losses by any means. But the reason I said I was shaky on them is they did have a few games this year in the last few weeks where, they still won. Obviously pounded Ballard, but the week before that, Bishop Blanchette, that was a 7-point game. We just saw them get beat by Rainier Beach last week. And then the week before, take on Seattle Prep ended up being a 9-point game, but was close late in the game. So granted, Metro Sound, none of those guys are completely easy opponents, but they haven't rolled like I thought. They lost last week to Eastside Catholic handily, but their resume, I think, still is a bit more impressive than some of the other teams on the list. And we know what they have at quarterback and wide receiver and running back.
I like your top 5. I think I disagree with Garfield being 10 just because those wins to me aren't very impressive. I think Ferndale with the same record and having that win over Linden is more impressive. Maybe even Pilchuck with the win over Ferndale. They're also 4-2. Bainbridge, I believe, is 5-1. They beat North Mason last week. So just to add that on as well. But other than that, I think I like your rankings a lot. I think a team to watch for, Mount Spokane. I think that's a team that could really, give O'Day or Yelm or, Eastside Catholic some trouble, late in the postseason if, they were supposed to get there, or I guess early in the postseason is when they'd play probably. But I do like your rankings. I will say the RPI loves Arlington at number 1. And then they love Mountain View at 9. And then they do not like Garfield. I think Garfield's like 22, even though the RPI means nothing. But I just wanted to throw that out there.
I'm going to jump in real quick. I think Mountain View is a good team, but when it comes down to post crossover round, I don't see them hanging with anybody that Tyson's got listed here in the top 10 in a head-to-head setting. And I know Tyson wanted to say this in the last segment when we just talked 4A about Skyview and the league that they played in and how he doesn't take their wins too seriously. Because I know that's exactly what he wanted to say. But, the same can be said for...
More seriously than Westco, though. Let's put that out
I'm just saying,
there.
yeah, but I'm just saying that the 3A landscape is the same, right? With Kelso, with Evergreen, with Prairie, with Heritage. I mean, there's no win that is going to jump off the page at you. Winning the league championship down there is not going to, drive the competition or the committee, right, to where they're going to put you as a top 8 seed. It's not going to happen. And they do 1 versus, what is it? Yeah, help me out here. 1 versus 20 or something like that, or no? How many? What is it? 1 versus 28 or something like that? That they do for the crossover rounds and stuff like that. Like they reseed everybody in 3A, correct?
I believe so. I'm no expert on that.
Anyway, I can't remember what I think maybe there's 30 teams or 32 teams or something like that. But when they started, I think it's 32. I think they do it at 32, and like 1 plays the 32, 2 plays the 31, or something like that. But I'd have to go back and look at it. The point is that a team like Mountain View is not going to end up in the upper echelon because of the point that the wins just don't jump off the page at you. If your toughest competitor is Nooksack Valley and there's a 2 classification difference between you and them, and they took a 6-hour bus ride south to play you and they beat you by 21 points, I'm sorry, I can't consider you a top 10 team. Can I look at a team like Ferndale, like Devin's saying, and can I justify them potentially being a top 10 team? I say, sure, absolutely. They beat, the defending 2A champions back to back, right? But I love Arlington. I think Arlington is phenomenal this year. And I think that the RPI, the computer, absolutely loves them for the right reasons. And not only should they, because of algorithm or anything like that. They passed the eye test too. They're a very, very, very good team this year. I would not give a layup to any of the teams in the top 4 of that, you've got listed right there. I mean, I think that they could give a game to O'Day even for that matter. And I feel pretty safe at this point with O'Day. Honestly, I think that they're probably, I'm not going to say a lock, but I think barring injury, I think that they're borderline a lock to getting to the state championship for sure this year. I really don't see a team matching up with them very well. I mean, the team that we saw that's probably going to be the most physical opponent for them was Eastside Catholic, and they held them down to 16 points, but their defense also played very, very well in that game. And when you got a horse like Jason Brown Jr. that can, he hasn't really taken a lot of physical punishment this year. He's dealt out probably more than he's taken. I like where O'Day's at number 1, and I think after that, that's where it gets really hard, because I think that Yelm and Bellevue and Eastside Catholic and Arlington, even Monroe, I think all of them have their attributes that make them good teams, and that they all could potentially get to that second spot in the state championship game. And it's just going to come down to matchups. You know what I mean? It's like if O'Day's matching up with Eastside Catholic in the semifinal round or with Bellevue, I would lean in the direction of O'Day, and it's just going to come down to who's playing on that other side. Who's that 2-3 matchup? And I think that at this point, Yelm probably benefits the most in that scenario.
I just want to piggyback real fast off Arlington, because I think that is a team that I agree can match up well against anyone and a lot of people in the top of the 3A. I think maybe I'd have them above Bellevue as well. There hasn't been a game that Arlington hasn't scored 42 points at least. They haven't given up more than 14 points in a single game. They beat Ferndale, Pilcha, Getchell. I know Getchell just beat Ferndale. That was a surprise that we talked about, but they demolished Stanwood. I mean, Arlington's going to win out because I believe they play like Oak Harbor and Inglemore or something like that, if I remember right. So it'll be hard, to like visually think of them against like an O'Day, because they haven't played anyone like that other than Ferndale's probably the best team that they've played, and I know they beat them by a lot, but
we get to see them,
guys.
We get to see them play Monroe last week of the season.
That is a huge game.
Yeah, gigantic game. And I was actually, that's funny because to shout out to Matt King, he mentioned maybe doing a huge game on October 27th, and I said Anacortes versus Linden, but then I just saw that one, and it's like maybe that's a huge one as far as 3A goes. Granted, they're non-district in terms of what league that they fall into, the way that's broken up, but honestly, I think I probably would have had Arlington ahead of Bellevue if Bellevue hadn't put up 535 rushing yards last week.
Touche.
I mean, it's razor thin, between the teams that are in the top 5, top 6 at this point. And Devin mentioned Mount Spokane as well. You're definitely going to get a lot of competition from them. And Kennewick's also got a really good defense, and they can play with just about anybody. I'm not going to say they held down Richland last week, but playing a team that's 4A and has a really high-powered offense like they do, and holding them to 29 is probably a victory in that sense in terms of how those two teams match up. But the top 7, top 8 for 3A is super competitive. I really like where it's at. I think that every team is kind of rounding out down the stretch here to kind of show you that they're very deserving of being top 10, top 8 teams, and I think that the committee's going to have a really tough job. Bless me.
Bless you.
Ooh. I don't know what else to really go off of here in 3A, I guess. Eastside Catholic just kind of, handled Garfield, who we got in the top 10 here, still at the bottom there. And the teams that you mentioned that are kind of on the outside looking in, Tyson, which is, they're at the door. I don't know if they're knocking on the door quite yet, but
Yeah, frankly, if I was going to pick a team that had the most impressive resume overall, it's probably out of that group I mentioned, it's probably a Ridgeline, which is a team I don't think any of us know anything about, but 8-point loss to Mount Spokane, obviously undefeated. We've just mentioned them. And then talking about Gonzaga Prep earlier, it was 27-14 game. I mean, that's a comfortable win for Gonzaga Prep, but for a team that, everyone's like, where's Ridge, like New Spokane School? Where are they? What class are they in? Where, they've been around for a few years now, but their resume out of these other teams, about outside of maybe a Mount Tahoma, but Mount Tahoma's 3-3. I can't really put a team that's 500 in the top 10, despite having a tough schedule. But yeah, Ferndale you mentioned, but then that Getchell loss, Getchell's not bad. They're 4-2, but
it's a bad loss. You can say it. It's a bad loss.
Really, it's one I would have expected them to win for sure. I just think it's kind of a crapshoot of teams that are 3-3 to 5-1 down there. But a lot of the teams that are 5-1, Edmonds Woodway, Mountain View, Juanita, we already had them in there. Mount Lake Terrace, Roosevelt. Mount Lake Terrace got their whooped by Monroe pretty comfortably. Roosevelt played Monroe pretty tough, but haven't really played anybody outside of that I would consider a real tough game. Mountain View, like you mentioned, got whooped by Nooksack at home. So, Gig Harbor's loss, really, I cemented them in there at 9 above Garfield because I think, that loss against Spanaway Lake came down to one of the last plays of the game. And since then, they've rolled out 3 quarterbacks and
Uh-oh. Lost Tyson momentarily.
Yeah.
Can you hear him at all, or
no? He's frozen for me as well.
Frozen in time.
Frozen in time.
I'll yeah.
Right in the middle of his spiel.
He looks serious in the frozen frame, though. I like it.
He does. Serious guy. He's trying to get his point across.
Yeah. No. There. Oh, he's gone. Oh.
I assume he's probably restarting, joining in again.
Yeah. Hopefully. Who knows what happened. All right. Down to 2.
Yes.
So I'll buy a little bit of time before we go to 2A real quick here, Devin. But for me personally, once you get to 8 at Mount Spokane, everything below that is a major drop off. And that I'm not trying to say that to be disrespectful to Gig Harbor or Garfield or any of those teams that we mentioned. I mean, Ferndale would be the next team that I would put kind of in that conversation. We kind of talked about that a little bit here, but I would say they'd be the next team that would be right below that top 8 that could have a chance to win a game against like a Monroe, an Arlington, a Mount Spokane, although we have seen the game already play out with Arlington and Ferndale. And, even though Arlington may not play a tough schedule the rest of the way until that Monroe game at the end, I think that they're very much a team that is going to be quarterfinal bound at least. And depending on matchups and what seed they end up getting, like if they're in the 4-5 matchup, let's say Bellevue, I think that would be a very, very close game.
Yeah, I would agree with you as well. I think that there's a lot of. Well, I don't disagree with what you said about the drop off because I think the top 8 are the ones who will have the most likely the chance to to be able to go all the way and be able to take that next step when it comes to the playoff time and playing those big name teams. Because I don't know if Gig Harbor or Garfield or Ferndale even has it in them, especially with how Ferndale played last week. But Kennewick, Mount Spokane, those are teams that could shock a Yelm or an O'Day.
Yeah, I'd say Garfield's at least quarterfinal worthy. I think they could end up working their way back there. I mean, but if they're like if they're in the 8 spot, you know what I mean, and they're taking on O'Day, as the 1 seed, I mean, I'm not feeling so good about that if I'm Garfield personally. But I think they're definitely good enough to be a quarterfinal team. Welcome back, Tyson. Uh-oh.
ceiling.
Something fell down. Looked like his webcam fell to the ground.
I'm having all sorts of issues right now, fellas. I don't understand it. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
I just dropped my laptop. For some reason, the internet booted me mid-spiel, and I look, and both you guys are frozen on the screen. I'm like, my computer says I have internet, but my connection showed a big X. So, anyways, hopefully I'm back for now. But sorry about that.
Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you.
Good to have you. We're gonna move on to 2A. So for 2A, new number one. This is exciting. Tumwater is number one now on Tyson's rankings. And then Enumclaw. Anacortes moves up to 3. Highline is 4. Linden's 5. North Kitsap at 6. Bremerton at 7. Cedro Woolley 8. Ridgefield 9. And Washougal at 10. No Woodland in the top 10, man. I don't know about that. I already sent you a message to give you kind of a preamble as to where I was going to go with the top 10 rankings. I'll say this. Welcome to the Tumwater number one club, man. I like it. Love to see it because I think that they are absolutely the number one team in 2A right now. And I know that you really badly want to see them match up with Enumclaw, and they very well could at some point, even pre-state championship, let's say. But after that, Anacortes over Highline. That's new this week, and Linden at 5. Yeah, I mean, I like this first 2, I would say, but I mean, if you're tempted, here's the thing: if you're tempted to put Anacortes over Highline at this point, I would be tempted to put Anacortes over Enumclaw as well.
I think it's just like, I see what you're saying. I mean, yeah, no, you're right. You're right. The more I think about it, you're right.
Yeah, I'd say it's a valid argument. You guys still hear me okay? All
Yep.
right, my computer's being weird. I'd say that's a pretty valid argument given Anacortes' recent wins of Cedar Woolley and Seaholm. Ultimately, what it comes down to is Enumclaw's been my number one team all year. They haven't done anything wrong, obviously. Winning 70-0 a couple weeks ago against Foss, 35-0 shutout against Washington. Talking about defense, this is a team that's only given up 26 points so far. That's 2 points better than North Kitsap at this point in last season. Peninsula, week 1 win. Ording, they really haven't been challenged other than that game, so they haven't done anything wrong. But Tumwater's just played a little bit tougher schedule, and they've pounded everybody. I'd say all 3 really are on par. I think it's just the fashion of what Tumwater is doing defensively and offensively every week, and knowing how deep their roster is with size at positions that not everybody has that same size at. That's what moved them up to number 1. But if I was a selection committee and you arranged any of those teams 1, 2, or 3, I wouldn't argue it.
With Highline,
also haven't done anything wrong to move down.
Yeah, I mean, I like Highline a lot this year, and it's not just because we had Coach Cooper on the show either. They have a really, really, really good offense, and their schedule is, it's decent. I mean, they played Jefferson this last week, which was a non-league game, I believe, for them, and they absolutely just destroyed them 62-3. They gave Kennedy Catholic a scare there in the fourth quarter. Team that played in the state championship for 4A last year. They beat Rainier Beach 42-0. I mean, they're in the same boat, I would say, as like an Enumclaw, to where their league schedule's not going to look too tough, and they're going to roll through it, and they're going to look really, really good in terms of how they play in their league and their league opponents. But I mean, if you go outside of that, I mean, Peninsula and Rainier Beach are on the same plateau, I would say. If you're at, comparing the two schools, I think that Peninsula this season might actually win a head-to-head game against Rainier Beach if you're going to use that as like a measuring tool between Highline and Enumclaw. I think the weirdest part about all of this, honestly, for me, guys, is that we're still looking at Linden at 5 here, and it's like, do we realistically think that? Like, I'm going to go back to the Curtis thing, right? With Graham Kapowson. I'm going to go back to how you would measure that in situation, right? So, who would you really pick in a game head to head? I mean, if you're picking between Anacortes and Linden, if you're picking between Enumclaw and Linden, we're all going to take Linden, right? I mean, we're not really going to pick against them, are we?
It depends on the matchup. If it's Anacortes, I'm sorry, I'm picking Anacortes.
Honestly, the way I do my rankings for the most part is that's how I am looking at it. And right now I'm taking Tumwater over Linden. They're executing both sides of the game at as high of a level as you can be. Enumclaw, same thing. I think they have the size to match up with the Linden. Linden blew their doors off last year, but they lost 20, you've said the number, 24 seniors off their team. Anacortes, I think right now, if their defense executes the way that it does, Linden's defense has been their biggest question mark. I mentioned that to you guys earlier. Giving up 20 plus to everybody but WF West for the most part in the close game to start the season. And Highline, I think they're an explosive enough team with good enough athletes that they would give Linden a run too, because their interior play has seemed to step it up this year. Because I think that's one thing they found out last year at state was we've got all the athletes, got the speed, got the skill positions, and we just got beat inside. And everybody has stepped up on in the trenches there. So overall, I think just the questionable mark you could put on Linden's defense as far as how they've won games or how they've survived a few games. That's a testament to being able to win close games, but I think there's more athletes all over the field on those other 4 teams than Linden has overall this season.
See, if I match
Devin,
up Linden, if I match up Linden and Enumclaw, I do think Linden takes it, just given the fact, that they have those, that good win against Cedro, and I know the defense hasn't been the best, but I think when it comes to big games, just Linden as a team in the culture in general, all the players elevate when it comes to that time in the fourth quarter. Kind of like last week, what they did against Archbishop Murphy's, they didn't come play good in the first half, and I think it was tied going into halftime, and then, Linden steps up, plays a good defense, and I think that they would be doing the same thing against like an Enumclaw, a Highline as well. I think that they would beat a Highline. Tumwater and Anacortes, I don't believe so. But Brent Hepner is a winner. He finds a way to win, but he's not the most accurate quarterback. And if they can't run the ball, I don't know what Linden is going to do to win the game.
Frankly, they're the most inexperienced team out of that group of 5 overall. I mean, losing as many kids as they did last year. And their last 3 games, I mean, they really pulled away from Seahome, but we know it was a close game in the third quarter. I understand the argument, Linden's Linden, but, just looking at depth and experience, they're plenty deep, but they lack on the experience compared to Tumwater, Enumclaw, Anacortes, and Highline does overall. I mean, even a kid like Hepner, he's still just being broken in, right, as a quarterback. He was last year too, but in a much different role. I think 1 through 5 is really one. If I'm going to go out on a limb, that's the way I see the quarterfinals. One of those teams is going to be left out, but 4 out of 5 are definitely going to be there.
It remains to be seen, I guess, as to which one of these teams that you're going to value over the other in a head-to-head situation. I mean, and I think that the seeding committee is going to have a very difficult job in figuring out where teams should be, honestly. and there's still some scenarios that can end up playing out that, could make it easier, but also more difficult kind of at the same time, because I'll throw out a scenario real quick here. I mean, let's say that Anacortes ends up beating Linden. Does that catapult them to being the number 1 seed overall? Or let's say that Linden beats Anacortes. Does that put Linden potentially above either of the undefeated teams? Let's say, would you consider Linden as the number 1 seed over Tumwater and Enumclaw? I think the committee would definitely consider them over Enumclaw. I think that there's such a premium that's put on winning the Northwest Conference overall and not playing a crossover game and just getting to that point that you could see a leapfrog situation towards the end of the year, especially with the fact that Enumclaw and Highline are going to cross over, right? And Tumwater's going to cross over. And you might not have a team that's going to really pad your RPI, pad your resume, and make it look like that you're so much far and away better than the other teams that are going to go against you in the seeding committee. We saw North Kitsap last year get a good favorable seed after losing to Tumwater in the regular season. So you don't know how much pull, some of these, committee members have in terms of trying to get, teams that they think are better than other teams and try to get them to disregard results during the middle of the season. I mean, if it's a really close game, I mean, maybe you can make some arguments for one or the other, but I mean, if there's like a convincing win here by either, Anacortes or Linden in that last game, I mean, you could really see either of them catapult above some other teams that haven't even lost yet.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if Anacortes wins that game, I think you'd make an argument for them to be number 1. Beating the gauntlet of Cedro, Seahome, team that Coach Coop said was on his radar for being an other possible state champion. And then obviously Linden, or say the tables are turned, say Enumclaw's undefeated, Tumwater's undefeated. I could definitely put Linden in at the 2 spot ahead of like an Enumclaw. I don't think, if Tumwater runs the table the way they have, they've played a difficult enough schedule overall to have the respect of being a number 1, more so than like an Enumclaw. But if you were to put like the strength of schedule of Tumwater versus Anacortes or Linden as an A or B option, I'd say they're pretty on par with each other.
All right, let's get to the bottom half real quick and then move on to 1A here. So North Kitsap hanging tough at 6, Bremerton at 7. Those 2 teams meet up this week, so that's going to be a telling game to see where both of those teams are at. Cedro's still here at number 8, although they're kind of out by default. Excuse me, man. I got bad allergies right now. Ridgefield and Washougal. So Ridgefield obviously should be ranked above Washougal, in my opinion, with the win against them head-to-head on the road. We had Hudson's Bay ranked last week. They fall out because Washougal dominated them. But Woodland did beat Washougal on the road. Woodland still has to play Hudson's Bay, still has to play Ridgefield. They do play Hudson's Bay this week. I think that Woodland should probably be in the conversation. And I'm not saying we should totally remove Cedro Woolley, because they are still playing, but they're a non-factor at this point, unfortunately. They should be a factor, but just due to the makeup of who's going to get a playoff spot or not, I mean, they're not at this point. They're not even going to be in the tournament, which is asinine still.
One thing I do have to add also, just real fast, because I want you to answer, Tyson, is where Cedar Crest is. You do think that they're one of those teams that could slip in, the late half of the 10?
For sure. If I understood more about their path to the playoffs, because I think they last year fit into that like cascade of Everett same loop where they were both kind of playing as independents and didn't have like an actual crack at the playoffs. If anybody knows whether they are playoff eligible, that would play a big factor into a top 10 ranking. The one thing I wanted to say about Woodland, yes, they beat Washougal, 5-point game, 33-28. But I just can't really get over their 2 losses. La Center isn't a bad team at all, but they only beat Mount Baker 33-19 this last week. Granted, that's a 2-score game, but Mount Baker is not Mount Baker of last season. And I think you'll notice I moved La Center down my rankings. I think the gap between them and Montesano, two teams that we looked at similarly from the start of the year, has gotten way more definitive over the last few weeks. And then Woodland losing to Columbia River. I don't know. It's 26-20. You know, they've been a product of winning some close games. Hawkinson must be improving to give up 21 to them. And, you know, then you look at a team like, well, we know Washougal has gone down to Woodland and Ridgefield alike, but look at Ridgefield's losses compared to 1A La Center and division opponent Columbia River. Ridgefield lost to Mountain View. Granted, got their doors blown off. But Mountain View, I mean, that's 1 week after they got beat by Nooksack. So you got a hungry team that was bigger than you for, you know, frankly, ready to get some revenge. Put up 42 on Hawkinson. Hawkinson only scored 7. It's a third of what they put up against Woodland. Lost to Hudson's Bay by 4. Thought Hudson's Bay was probably the most legit team in the league according to their record before last week. But, you know, Woodland hasn't played Hudson's Bay. We'll figure out what happens with that one this week. And then beating Washougal by 10 overall, you know, and then shutting out a team like Mark Morris 42-0. It shows me they can stop the run. That's important come playoff time. They've got plenty of athletes all over the field. And frankly, their win was more impressive over Washougal than Woodlands was as well. Granted, it's only a 5-point difference, but overall, I'm basing it off of what I saw preseason too. I think from the get-go, Ridgefield and Washougal are my two favorite teams athletically.
I think that from a talent standpoint, I think Ridgefield's got a talented team. Like I don't think that I don't think that they got like a one guy that is gonna like far and away exceed expectations for possibly winning player of the year in the league. You know, regardless of where the team finishes, I think you're more than likely gonna have like coach of the year for Scott Rice if they end up getting first place. If you're gonna tell me who I think has the best athletes, I would say that Washougal having Holden B and Woodland having Elijah Anderson, I think that those two guys are, you know, the top 2 athletes overall in the league. So depending on the matchups and depending on, you know, strengths like you're talking about, we will see it play out with Woodland and Ridgefield. Are the better athletes going to end up like doing enough to, you know, to carry their teams to the league championship or to a head-to-head victory? It's so hard to value that, because when you're dealing with a team like Ridgefield that is well coached all the way across the ball, and then they got a good run stopper in Danny McDonald on the line. He's also a good offensive lineman. You know, Noah Stromberg's a guy who's caught like, you know, 5 or 6 touchdowns over the last 2 weeks. Braden Millela at quarterback has done a really good job. Then they got, you know, a good combination of running backs and Rocco Wright and Clyde Stevens. I think overall the talent pool across the board is a little bit better at Ridgefield. But if Washougal is going to be in the conversation in like the athlete rankings, right? You know, if you got B versus Anderson and what each of those guys individually brings their team, I would probably value Woodland slightly above Washougal at this point. I think that they're at least deserving of being over them in being the rankings. I've got no problem if you want to have Ridgefield over those two teams at this point. And, you know, speaking of the matchup itself, Ridgefield has won the last, I think, 3 or 4 against Woodland at least in the series. So I think that Woodland's going to have a tough time. And that game is going to be at Ridgefield at the end of the year too.
Yeah, ultimately, I think Ridgefield's just one of the teams outside of those top 6 that is the most well-equipped to play these teams with top-tier athletes. And that opinion stems back from that week that I picked them to, WF West isn't what we thought they were. Granted, they still wouldn't beat Rochester last week. They still have plenty of good athletes, but we were talking about a guy like Gage Brumfield, who I'd mentioned athletically in the same breath with an Elijah Anderson or a Holden B. And they went in, won that game because they've got 7 or 8 kids that are all good athletes that when you've got that kind of depth like that you might need to double a guy up in a game like Sam Evers and put another guy on an island or 2 guys on an island out there. Ultimately, yeah, I think, like you said, they don't have the one guy like those other 2 do, but they seem to have a nucleus that makes them a little bit more malleable when it comes to some of these big games against bigger named players.
I just kind of want to add something in about going back to Cedar Crest, like we were talking about. So it looks like they play in the Wesco Polk. So I don't know how it works with the Wesco Polk, with Cascade Everett and then Everett and Meadowdale. That's their league, just the 4 of them. So I don't know if they get in there, how that works.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I know that was pretty much the same scenario last year. None of those teams were playoff eligible. I'd love to find out because they're obviously putting up big points every single week. And, like I mentioned earlier, when I talked about them and like a Roosevelt and LaSalle in the 1A, they definitely, you can't not look at how they've won some of these games. And, their first loss being to Stadium, a bigger classification team to start the year, only by 5 points on the road. Pretty impressive, overall. They haven't had the most their strength of schedule hasn't been astronomical. Beat a team like Sammamish, 28-14. That's a solid win. But then you look at like say Highline beat Sammamish 56-6. It's like they're clearly in that bottom tier, but definitely worthy with the success that they've had and maybe being a 10 spot, 11 spot team.
Yeah, and if they're not playing in the postseason, I guess I also see the point that Nick was saying with Cedro. Maybe just leave them out of the 10 because they're, But I wonder how it does work, and if someone does know, please let us know if Cedar Crest is able to get in.
Wesco Polk, if they're not eligible, they should be doing crossovers with the NWC. Just go top 4 against your 4. That's my opinion. That's not how it works, but that would make the most sense. Regionally, granted, maybe Wesco Polk doesn't want any part of the top 4 of the NWC, but
I think another hard thing is the Wesco Polk is all 3A except for Cedar Crest.
That's true. Yeah, I think Cascade was considered a 2A school just last year, but they're back to being 3A.
I thought Cedar Crest crossed over with somebody last year from 3A. Honestly, like I thought that there was a one-off with like. Well, I think Cedar Crest was in this situation last year where they had a 1-game playoff against I want to say like Shorewood or Shorecrest at the very last part of the year. If you go back to if you're on Max Preps and you go back to the 2021-22 season, I think their last game would show a very close loss to where they scored a touchdown and went for 2 in a game that could have got them into the postseason. So
I'm seeing
No, you go.
I was just saying, I'm seeing that they played Newport of Bellevue. I think they were completely independent last year because that's a 4A school.
When I was talking to the Bellingham head coach, they're also independent. He was telling me how they have to go undefeated to even be able to be considered to get into a playoff spot. So I don't know if Cedar Crest in the same boat is where they have to win out and then they get that crossover like Nick was mentioning with whoever, and then they go from there. I'm not sure, but the Bellingham coach was telling me how they had to finish undefeated to even be considered.
All right, let's move on to 1A real quick. Spending a lot of time on 2A and stuff. We'll figure it out next week with Cedar Crest. We'll make that a goal. Let's reach out to the school. So for 1A, no shock, right? Royal number 1, Kings number 2, Kashmir at number 3, Lakeside number 4, and then got Montesano at 5, Linden Christian at 6, Nooksack Valley at 7, La Center at 8, Seton Catholic at 9, And then Cascade Christian enters the top 10 at 10. One thing I wanted to ask, I guess, Tyson, to start off with is that Le Center ends up dropping this week. And I just wanted to see what your thoughts were on that.
Oh, I just briefly mentioned it. Mount Baker isn't Mount Baker of last year by any means. And a 14-point win is nothing to scoff at. But Nooksack Valley may or may not be ultimately eliminated. They might be in a Cedar Woolley situation too, but I don't think Le Center is better than Nooksack. And Linden Christian, frankly, they probably would and could be higher if they hadn't lost to two of the 5 teams that are ahead of them in this list. And with 1 through 5 being all undefeated, it's hard to put a 4-2 team ahead of any of those schools, especially when the 2 you've lost to are at number 1 and number 4.
I'll also just piggyback off that Mount Baker because Le Center didn't have the best game against them. I think Kings beat them by 40, Baker, and I even think Seaholm beat them by a couple touchdowns too. So I think the drop of Le Center is correct. Just an off week doesn't mean that they're not in there still. Competing.
Yeah, I think it's just been made clear that of the undefeated teams that I have in the top 10, I'd put Le Center at the bottom of that list, and that's why they take place where they are, because I think that, Seton Catholic's spot below them, but the 2 NWC schools, even thinking that the 2 NWC schools are number 6 and number 7 is kind of crazy if you think about it.
Well, I just want to, pop in real quick here on this and say that Le Center is still a very good team, despite what you would call a close win against Mount Baker. And yes, Mount Baker's not the team that played for the state championship last year, but that's not a huge drop off. Mount Baker's still a pretty good team comparatively to some 1A schools. They're not dog crap. You know what I'm saying? It's you don't look at it like they got a 2 touchdown win here against them. You're going to have matchups against opponents that are, pretty unfamiliar to you. And, that's an unfamiliar matchup. Yeah, they ended up playing last year, but if you remember correctly, Le Center beat them, and they ended up having to overcome a 22-0 or 21-0 deficit and get some onside kicks and, have some stuff go lucky for them and everything. So, I'm sure Mount Baker, the guys that were left over, went into that game feeling like that they could possibly, beat them and win at Le Center. And, you're going to have games, that you're going to go up against a team that you just don't play 100% great against, you don't match up great against. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Mount Baker more of a physical smash mouth style team as well as Le Center? Stylistically, that seems to, be a tough matchup for just about anybody. If Le Center had an air attack like some of these other teams, I probably would be a little bit concerned, but I don't know. I don't think that dropping them is necessarily, something that I would do. I think that they were fine holding to where they're at.
Well, are you going to still put Linden Christian behind them? After their win over Nooksack, that's the way I looked at it. I don't see how you do that.
Why would you have Nooksack above them? Nooksack lost 2 games to 1A teams. They're not. Okay, but
Kings and to Linden Christian though.
Right, but that doesn't matter because at this point they're essentially eliminated from winning the league championship, right? They're Cedar Woolley in this scenario. Unless they cross over with somebody, it's moot at this point. Unless Linden Christian falls off the map, right, and loses to a couple teams on the way down the stretch here, it's a non-factor. You don't, at that point, you don't need to ask yourself who you think would win in that situation between Le Center and Nooksack Valley. You're losing two games to 1A teams. Maybe they would be better than them, right? But we don't have to worry about that because they're not going to play. The Center's won every game on their schedule. What can they do?
I see what you're saying, but also it's a week-by-week rankings thing, Nooksack's loss to Linden Christian is better than Le Center's win over Baker. Even though
let's wait and see.
He only won 14 points against Baker. 14 points. They lost their quarterback, their star running back who ran for over 2,200 yards, multiple offensive linemen. Baker's not the same team. They are one of the worst 1A teams. Let's be honest. Meridian beats them. Blaine, they put up a good game against them with just NWC teams. You know what I mean?
So winning every game on your schedule penalizes you in some capacity, and you win by 2 touchdowns. I mean, they all don't have to be 49-0.
Yeah, but you're
Well,
losing
no.
against 2 of the top 6 teams in the state. Who is the center really beat?
They've beaten
Yeah.
Kalama. They've beaten Woodland.
A 2B.
It's a,
I mean, you're looking at 2B Kalama 17-6. They beat Woodland 24-8. You know, Nooksack beat Mountain View by 20. I mean, if we're talking like in terms of like the total quality of the team, like I said, and you mentioned it earlier, you're putting, maybe it doesn't matter with Nooksack. Whatever I read was redacted from the article, so it probably wasn't true about them getting a crossover game. But I'm still taking Nooksack. 10 out of 10 times. I mean, it's not a knock to the center by any means, but we just made this same argument against like an Enumclaw last year, or last segment. And last year it happened to Enumclaw, frankly, anyways. They had teams with losses ahead of them in the seating committee when it came to like a North Kitsap. And then this year we're talking, if Linden beats Santa Cortes, they deserve to be higher than Enumclaw. I think from a talent standpoint, despite their 2 losses, I still would put Nooksack in the top 3, but you physically can't with their loss to Kings and Linden Christian at this point. And then same thing with Linden Christian. I mean, their 2 losses were to 2 of the best. I mean, Royal, the best team in the classification. Lakeside, we still don't fully know. I mean, who knows? La Center could be better than Lakeside. I don't know. We won't know for a few more weeks, but overall, the strength of schedules, I think that if you want to poke a hole at someone's strength of schedule and saying they won every game and shouldn't be where they are, it's probably Kashmir. But they have won every game by 50 for the most part. So that's where my thought process goes on that. Seton Catholic has just as impressive a schedule as the center if we're going to get into this conversation.
oh, come on. It's not even close.
I don't know. I mean, who are you banking on as these huge wins for the center? I feel like you can only point to Kalama and Woodland, and everything else has been mediocre.
They won at they won every game. They won at Connell, right? They beat Mount Baker. So
A home win, 14 points against Baker is not very impressive to me.
I think it's the fact that they gave up 19 to a Mount Baker team that, like you said, does only want to pound the football, and they don't have Marcus George, and they don't have some of the kids they had last year. Realistically, who are you putting? Are you actually going to put them ahead of Linden Christian? I mean, if we're going to full disclosure here, like you picked Linden Christian to win the state title game.
Why would I put him above Linden Christian? Like, I'm not making.
It's about the Nooksack.
No, hold on. You wanted me to answer, right? So my argument was based strictly on the fact that if Nooksack Valley is not in the postseason, there's no point in ranking them above an undefeated team. If they're not in the tournament, the selection committee is not going to even think about putting them above them.
Well, when I made these rankings, I did it under the impression that Nooksack still has the potential of a crossover game.
And that's fine. If they do, then I'm willing to listen to that. But
they don't.
A team winning by 2 touchdowns, almost every single week at least. I mean, all they can do is beat the teams that are on their schedule. And if they're going to drop when a team loses and they're going to be above them still, and they have 2 losses to teams that would play in the same state tournament, to me, they have to still be ranked above them. It doesn't matter if Nooksack Valley is better than them. It doesn't matter. They have to be ranked below them, in my opinion.
Hey, that's where my algorithm is based off of who I see as the most talented. So I'm going to leave it at
algorithm.
that. Or my formula, whatever the heck these computer polls are using to weight wins.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
We'll find out this week. All right. So they play Mount Baker, and they're going to play them at home. So Nooksack does. So yeah, we'll see. I mean,
it's going to be 60-0.
Okay. I mean, let's see. You know, we'll see how it
Do you
goes.
actually? Okay, wait. Do you actually think Mount Baker will have that game within 30?
I couldn't say
There's
it.
no
I
way.
mean, it's possible. I mean,
If
it's not
19
out of
points
it.
is the most you're gonna score, and it's against Le Center, okay.
But you're talking like Le Center's bad, Devin. You're talking
No,
like they're
I'm
not
not.
a good
I'm saying
team.
that 19 points is the most you're
Defense
gonna
has been
score.
pretty good this year. I mean, we just had a guy. I mean, I know you want to say 2B versus, 1A right here, okay, right? But let's think realistically about this for a second, right? We just saw Nooksack beat a 3A team pretty badly, right? We just saw Linden Christian beat Napavine pretty badly, right? So I mean, these classifications aren't that far off. 16-7 over Kalama is it's not a big scoring win, but Kalama's put up a lot of points against a lot of teams, and they got a really talented quarterback. They held Woodland to 8. Okay, so I mean, like we got to give them some credit at this point, right? We can't just shit all over them and be like, well, it's Le Center, It's like, well, I mean, what are they going to do? I mean,
I'm not shitting all over them. I just
That's
said
okay.
last week was not a great win, which is a fact because it's a home game and they barely beat Mount Baker.
Okay.
We'll see. I mean, Connell's not a bad team either, but I think you look at how some of these games went when like 41-20. Here's a common opponent, okay, for this conversation. Le Center 41, Connell 28. Well, Nooksack played Connell in week 2, and it was 63-14. I mean, if we're going to use one common opponent of those two teams, there we are, and we'll find another one here this next week in Mount Baker. Granted,
Kings is also common already.
True. Well, not this season. Le Center and Kings haven't played yet. They did last year.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, like you said, it's never a who beat who, but I mean, I'm ranking these from week to week to a point of if I saw these teams match up, how I would rank them in order of who I think has the edge over the other. And really, I think, I'm shocked that Nooksack's 4-2.
But then
that's the only way I
argument
can
kind of goes
predict
for, because you said that Nooksack would be in the top 3, right? If they didn't have those losses. But then you kind of using the same argument, like they're ahead of Le Center because, they're a better team if you look at the roster. But then you can't put them in the top 5 because of the 2 losses. But they could be ahead of Le Center.
Well, I think from a standpoint of I'm shocked they're 4-2. Yeah, from a talent standpoint, I think they're third, but because it's kind of like a Linden Christian story all over again. I mean, we knew Linden Christian was a top 5 team last year in terms of talent, even all through this year. But then they have 2 losses that surprise you. And yeah, if Nooksack Valley is not involved, it's more of just a mention and a tribute to how good the NWC is between there and with 2A, where I've got Cedar Woolley still sitting there. This kind of a middle finger to the WIAA allocation system. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Give us another seat up here, another fucking bid for both.
Exactly. They just had one. They just had to. There's no reason
for
them
it away.
Not still have to.
I know what happened.
It's ridiculous. I can make the argument for them to have 3. I mean, it doesn't matter.
The 3-way tie last year.
Yes, they should honestly, like, the league should figure out a way to rescind the automatic berth and just go back to crossover and get the extra week and play and play their way in. That way they don't have to worry about, going through their entire schedule with one loss. Look, the bottom line is this, right? Nooksack has lost 2 games. Linden Christian has lost 2 games, right? It matters which 2 games that you lose, unfortunately, in this whole formula. And Nooksack lost to Linden Christian. You look at Lakeside, right? I mean, Lakeside is above Linden Christian, but I mean, they're not getting any like serious love for a potential number 2, number 1 right now. And they might have like a legitimate argument to do it because honestly, Royal's really, 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 really good, right? We probably think that they're definitely number 1. I've got no problem with that, but I mean, we're not even talking about them, and they beat Linden Christian in the first week of the season. And Kings, beat Nooksack by 2, and Lakeside held Linden Christian to 7 points, and Montesano is just kind of hanging out here, and they've dusted everybody they've played. Like, there isn't a team that has not gotten dominated or shut out by Montesano to this point, So
it's a tribute to how good 1A really is. I mean, you got
No,
5
it's
teams
totally
sitting
good.
there. You got 7 teams in the top 10 that are still 6-0.
I'm just saying.
There's no other classification that is the case for.
So let me just say this real quick. If LaCenter beats Seton Catholic on the road this week, who's undefeated, right? That's just going to be another shitty win potentially, right? I mean, it's not going to be enough in anyone's eyes because they don't play Nooksack Valley and Kings each week. When they scheduled the home and home with Baker, I mean, that was a tough game to schedule, and it was tough last year for them, and they won it. It was tough again this year, and they won it. So
how's it tough this year?
Because it's still a team that's unfamiliar to them, Devin.
Can you give me 3 players on Baker?
Listen, look.
Alex Mallory, that's it.
Can I please just make a point here? Like when you play teams in certain echelons, like the 1A Trico, right? It's not a ton of good teams down here, right? The competition is not going to stiffen you from week in to week out. And when your non-league games are 5 weeks ago that might have some decent teams, it's tough to get up for a team that is traditionally better than you are. Mount Baker is traditionally better than LaCenter. LaCenter's coming on as of late. So, I mean, when you're going from one team that's not that great to another team that's not that great to another team that's not that great, and then you play a team that's slightly above average from what you're normally used to playing, you have a tendency of finding a way to make that game tougher than it probably really is. If LaCenter played a tougher schedule in a league that was tough like Northwest 1A is, or even some of the non-league games that Mount Baker schedules, they would play a lot better and they'd be prepared for it. It's like Columbia River and Ridgefield and RA Long in soccer, right? They got to play 5 teams that are barely going to win 2 or 3 games the entire year. And they're going to be sandwiched in between a schedule to where when they play those top teams that are just like them, it's going to seem like they're playing the fucking somebody really good, like the Seattle Seahawks or something. They're playing the Washington Huskies every week, It's tough to gear up for that type of competition. I know what you're saying, but like when you don't see it from week to week to week to week, like Linden Christian has seen it every week all year long. There isn't a game that they've played that hasn't been against a team that's superior versus everybody else in their league, probably.
Yeah, I kind of look at LaCenter right now like going to go back to the college football days when there was multiple undefeated teams and they had to decide on 2 for the state championship game with no polls. They're Boise State. I mean, they only can control what they can control.
And they'll probably get unlucky.
Well, yeah, and I just, I don't know. I have a hard time thinking at this point, Linden Christian or whoever the NWC representative was going to be isn't a quarterfinal team. So to even have them at 6 or 7 is shocking at this point in the year. I didn't see Kings beating Nooksack, but Kings beating Nooksack ultimately, I think it vaulted them to number 2 right at the moment when that happened. Could probably make a case for Lakeside 9 Mile Falls having pretty much a duplicated resume with their win over Linden Christian. Royals the clear-cut number 1 with their drubbing of it wasn't too insane, but going to Linden Christian and beating them the way they did. And now if anyone's going to fall that, hasn't been tested, it's probably going to be a Kashmir or I don't see this. I mean, I think you're sleeping on Seton Catholic. If LaCenter beats Seton Catholic this week, I have no problem, obviously, moving them up. But if everybody else on this list wins too, how do they go any higher than 7? I really couldn't tell you.
I mean, let's be honest. If they were to beat Seton Catholic, I think they need to jump Nooksack because Nooksack is a team who can't make it, and a Seton Catholic win is a good win, no matter what.
Let's make the argument in return, though. I mean, if Seton Catholic goes and beats LaCenter, are we going to say, well, it's still Seton Catholic? No. Are they going to sit down?
Then it means that they beat a true contender.
And I don't know if you would jump them over Nooksack, though, because who has Seton Catholic beat already? because like Nick's argument for
Rochester.
the center having those wins, he's 100% right. Yeah, Rochester's the one, but I don't know. I don't think we can say the same about Seton Catholic if they were to beat La Center as vice versa.
No matter what, Nooksack Valley's win over like a Mountain View is more impressive than any win La Center or Seton Catholic could have all season.
Yeah,
Sure.
That's
100%
where
agree.
that's where it mostly stems from. And the 2 losses are against teams that are debatably top 5, teams in the classification, which you make the same exact argument for Lynn Christian. So it's like La Center could go undefeated and they still wouldn't have played 2 top 10 teams their entire season. I mean, Seton Catholic would be the one, really. So I think it's like a Boise State thing. You can only schedule so difficult. Granted, yeah, Mount Baker was a state semifinal team last year, but it's like how Matt King bashed on the Huskies' schedule in Michigan State. A couple of years ago, that was a very good move. But then you look at the win this year, and it's like, well, I'm not going
Michigan
to
State
take
was
that
good
one.
last year.
Sure, so was Mount Baker. That's what I mean. And now
You can't control it.
That's exactly what I'm saying. They've attempted to schedule stronger. To
Cannell
improve
was
their
tough a
resume.
couple years. Connell or Cannell, whatever, they were tough a couple years ago too.
Totally, and they perennially are a tough team, even if they don't have a winning record. But they can only control what they can control. They scheduled that a few years ago. Just so happens those teams aren't really as competitive as some of the schedules these other teams have played non-conference. That's just the way it crumbles. I don't know.
Well, believe it or not, Hawkins
I don't
was
have any
really
other
good
reason.
a couple years ago as well.
Totally. And this year they're probably going to finish last in that league.
No,
Maybe
they're-
RA Long.
R.A. Long and Mark Morse are probably going to compete for that spot. So I think, you already know what I think. But, I mean, yeah, Hawkinson just beat River, who beat Woodland, and they beat River by 21. So, I mean, they're getting a lot better throughout the year. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know.
They're improving.
Listen, I think the bottom line is that we're doing a phenomenal job of making this a very heated debate topic when Royal is so clearly better than everybody right now. So, I mean, we're making it interesting to see where the seeds are going to, end up at and who's going to have a chance to play for second this year. So,
do you guys think Kings is like there at all? I think that's the only team that could maybe compete with Royal. But do you think
I think they're good. I think they're good enough to play with Royal. Sure. I don't know how
14 points for Royal. Yeah.
I would still pick Royal in the game, but I mean, anybody who beats Nooksack Valley, I do have to give a lot of serious consideration to. Like, I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and say that I don't think that Nooksack Valley is a better team. I would pick Nooksack Valley in a head-to-head against a lot of the teams, even a couple of them ranked above them. I was just basing it on the fact that they're not going to be in the situation that they should be in, which is playing. But if they're not, then there's really nothing to talk about. I think Kashmir is a super good team this year, and I think that we're really not even looking at them from a realistic standpoint. I'll tell you what, the matchup I wish I could see, I don't know if we will or not, is Linden Christian against Kings, because those two teams are probably going to play for the 1A boys basketball championship again this year, and I'd like to see those two schools continue a little bit of a rivalry. So I don't know if that's a matchup that we can get in the semifinals or the state championship this year, but LC and Kings is a matchup that is the battle of private schools that do nothing but compete for championships.
Hey, I second what you said about the matchup, and I also second what you said about that being the future 1A basketball, state championship, because then if it wasn't, I think I'd be surprised.
Oh, yeah.
This is just a hypothetical here.
Zilla's in the conversation too, again, Devin, I think, for basketball this year.
Oh, yeah.
Just want to say this is a hypothetical because, like we said, we pretty much can all consensusly agree Royal's the best there is, but we don't know for sure that they're even the best team in Eastern Washington. Like you said, Kashmir, we don't know what that Lakeside Royal matchup could look like. I mean, Royal beat LC on the road 28-7. Lakeside beat LC at home 14-7. You base it off of that. You think, Royal's probably a little bit better, but hypothetically, there's a chance they, that just shows. I mean, like I said, 7 6-0 teams in this classification, and I think you could make a case for, any of them to beat any of them, for that matter.
I actually think there's 8. I think you're missing LaSalle, who's not ranked
True.
in your 10, and they are also undefeated.
Yeah, and that's something. That's a good segue because I wanted to mention, teams like them, team like Granite Falls, team like Freeman, Natchez Valley.
Natchez Valley.
They're all pretty much worthy of mentioning and putting on here. Really, the ultimate reason that Cascade Christian holds that 10 spot, it took a late field goal from Kings to beat them, and 2-point win. So that being their only loss on the season, they've essentially pretty much blown everybody out, and 74-0 against East Jefferson, blanked Eatonville, beat Elma by 20, beat Cedar Park Christian, recently just beat Bellevue Christian this week. 10 through 16 is going to be fun in the 1A class too, just like it is in the 4A.
All right, let's move on. 2B, Okanagan at 1, Napavine at 2. Those 2 teams stay the same, as does Northwest Christian Colbert at 3. Kalama moves all the way up to 4, Aiden Brown's boys. Riverview at 5. Manson at 6, Lynn Ritzville Sprague, Washtuna, whatever, 7, Onalaska 8, Toledo at 9, Raymond South Bend at 10. Nothing really, surprises me about the top 3, Tyson. I mean, I know that you love, Kukenboo at quarterback for Okanagan, and as does Marshall Hart. Marshall Hart loves some Kukenboo as well, and gives them some mad respect. Looks like we just lost Devin. I think that Kalama moving up to 4 is probably justifiable, I would say. I mean, I think Riverview with that 1 loss is real good. I like Riverview there, right behind Kalama, because they played Northwest Christian Colbert, earlier this year, and that's their only 1 loss to this point. Manson at 6, Lynn Ritzville Sprague 7. Yeah, Onalaska doesn't drop off too far despite losing the game against Kalama. It was a real close loss. Toledo with a real close win, and then Raymond South Bend. I mean, they're a game behind everybody above them. They've only played 5 games as opposed to 6. I think that if they had an extra game in hand, that I don't know, what would be your thoughts on Raymond South Bend there too? It's like if they had an extra game in hand, they might be higher than, say, Onalaska, but Toledo did beat them in a head-to-head. But I think 2B is pretty good overall, buddy.
Yeah, it's something I was curious about when we had Aiden on. He said that he thinks Napavine is one of the top 2 best teams in the state. I'm curious. I wish I would have asked him what he meant. Like, did he mean them and Napavine? Did he mean Napavine and Okanagan?
No.
Based off of what he said too, that correct me if I'm wrong, that he had never seen Kalama lose to Napavine, which I think they did in the last few years. But anyways, I was just curious to know what he meant by that, whether he meant Okanagan.
They lost last year. Napavine beat them last season.
Right. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Pretty positive.
And the year before in the state title game, right?
No, Kalama won that.
Kalama won that one. Okay, yeah, that was a close game though. Ultimately, let me pull up my Okanagan 60-0, Napavine 43-6, Martin White pass. Northwest Christian handled business 42-7. I moved Kalama up ahead of Riverview, so they jumped a spot. Basically, because Onalaska was a ranked opponent that just beat Toledo a couple weeks ago. Obviously on the rise. Toledo beat Raymond South Bend. So that's why that one kind of ultimately breaks down as a who beat who, because obviously Ani has not played Raymond South Bend at this point in the season. Riverview survived a close win against Tri-Cities Prep this last week. They're really their closest game of the year, with the exception of their loss to Northwest Christian. Manson's rolling, and not many people are giving them the time of day. in rankings. I've looked at a few others today, and they weren't even in the top 10, which I thought was pretty crazy because I don't know if anyone's seen that Angel Lopez kid, but he is a monster. Lynn Ritzville took a late field goal to beat Chewelah in that game, so we've seen them sputter a little bit compared to how they were rolling to start the season. Ultimately sitting at 5-1. I'm still going to take that double-headed monster they got in the backfield against those 8, 9, and 10 spot teams. But outside of that, there really isn't a whole lot of more competition in 2B. I'd say Forks is worth mentioning. Granted, Raven South Bend blew their doors off 40-21. Goldendale at 5-1 is worth mentioning. Lost to Seton Catholic in week 2, 22-7. Pretty good loss, really. And then Puyallup Valley sitting there at 4-2 with losses to Toledo and Napa Vine.
I want to point out real quick that I was wrong. Kalama and Napa Vine did not play last year. So I can see why Aiden Brown is saying the same thing. There's a real deep schedule in the District 4 2B schedule down here. So they did not actually match up last year. Can you talk to me a little bit more about Manson in terms of the schedule that they've played this year and some of the quality wins that they've obtained? Because they keep moving up in your rankings every single week. They're still undefeated. I think that maybe we should become a little bit more familiar with them.
Yeah, so Manson this last week took on a Lake Roosevelt team that hasn't been as good as they were last year, but they've still been decently competitive with some of these other teams on the list. I want to say Northwest Christian. Didn't they play them? I'm looking back at it now. I guess no, Northwest Christian, I think, ends the season with them in Tenasket. But yeah, 42-0 win in that game. Week before played Tenasket, beat them 49-8. Okanagan just played Tenasket, beat them 60-0. So, obviously obtaining a comfortable win over a program that's struggling to fill with, I think, volume of roster and size on the roster overall. Looking back before that, in week 4, Manson played a team Highland 56-13, another easy win. And then Asotin beat them 42-26. That's a team that Northwest Christian did play in week 5, week 4, beat them 47-6. So, you're looking at like the Okanagans and the Northwest Christians, they're putting up dang near as many points as those two teams are in common opponent games. Granted, surrendering a few more, but still winning by 20 or 3 scores at least. Their closest game of the year was week 2 against Kittitas, 38-27. On the road. It's a decently long bus ride from Manson down to Kittitas. So overall, 6-0. You could ask a player on a different team in the league they play in, and Angel Lopez is typically the consensus that he's probably the best player in the league. They have a good quarterback. His name's Vince. Devin would remember if he was still able to log in, but Vince, I'll tell you in 2 seconds. Strecker, 6'2", 180, class of 25 quarterback, can throw the ball pretty well, good basketball player. So overall, I mean, they really haven't had much of a challenge so far. And like I said, off the radar in the top 10 of 2B, you got Forks, Goldendale, and Puyallup Valley. I don't see any of those teams having a more impressive resume to this point, especially considering Manson 6-0, and they are all 5-1 or 4-2. Oh, you're muted.
Solid rookie mistake. I was saying I think that the 2B bracket, once we get to it with the 12-team layout, it's going to be super interesting to see how some of these East Cascade, West Cascade matchups potentially work out. Because I do think that the 2B District 4 as a whole is very deep. When you've got Raymond, South Bend, Toledo, PL, Willapa Valley, Alaska, Kalama, Napavine, Forks. That's 7 pretty solid teams right there, just rattled off, man. So how they would match up against a team like Manson, how they'd match up against a team like Lynn Ritzold Sprague, Riverview remains to be seen, and we could get some real interesting matchups. But I have no problem with you still have an Okanagan over Napavine. I thought Napavine actually, it's tough to say that you had a bad 43-6 win over Morton White Pass, but Morton White Pass has had a pretty tough go of it so far this year. They lost at home to Tula Lake to start the year. I figured that game would be 55-0, 63-0. Napavine, if you look at the game that they played against Alaska earlier in the year, I mean, they had no problem at all. I think it was like 63-14, somewhere in that neighborhood. But I was a little curious to see how that game played out. Again, it's hard to say. It's hard to poke holes at a 43-6 win. You know what I mean? But I think that going from last week to this week, I'm a little bit more comfortable with you having Okanagan over Napavine at 1.
Anytime you go play a team like Lynn and Christian, granted, it's you're jumping up, and get beat the way that you did, it's going to do so. It's going to make you look in the mirror. Not that I think few teams or few people expected Napavine to maybe win that game, but losing 47-6 against Lynn and Christian, and then turn around beating Morton White Pass 43-6, almost inversion of performance. It's nothing to scoff at, but Okanagan just hasn't received a challenge, and we've mentioned it in the last couple of weeks. Just look at Okanagan beat Chewelah 42-12, and then just this last week, a team like Lynn Ritzville that we thought was probably the third best team in the state took them a last-second field goal to win that game. Chewelah also played a team like Northwest Christian. I believe that was week 1, and it was only 21-0. So seeing Okanagan beat them like that, Okanagan beat Omak 55-7, and Omak turns around and beats Chelan later in the year 60-20. A team that's had a 300-yard rusher twice this season. 49-7 against Sela. So there's a 2A school. Omak's a 1A school. Chewelah 2B, Pullman's a 2A school. So they've jumped classifications 3 times this year out of 6 wins, and none of them have been close. Granted, those 3 jumps in class weren't against top-tier class teams, but even just to answer the bell like that, they're moving along. And my own self-bias for Carter Kukenboo and him being a cattle ranch kid and all that stuff, that just takes the cake.
Kukenboo, I love the name, bro.
Me too. It's and he just a big kid. I saw a picture of him at Eastern this last week with his dad and I think his little brother, and it's like, that kid is all of 6'5", 230 plus, and can run and throw, and I think he's kind of like a Brant Hepner type, where he's got all the tools to do anything he wants at the quarterback position. He's still just working through those raw kinks and getting more and more experience. And frankly, him and Aiden Brown, I think, are the 2 most electric players in the 2B class. And that's no slight to an Angel Lopez or Ashton Demarest, or some of those kids they got at Northwest Christian. But yeah, well, until they play a tough game, I guess we'll learn a little bit more about them, which they might in the next couple of weeks. Their schedule does get a little bit harder here to end the season.
All right, buddy. I kind of want to pick some games here. Let's see if we can somehow get Devin back in here, because I guess he got booted out for some reason and can't get him back in here.
Yeah, he said the link isn't working for some reason. Can you hit him with a new one?
I'm pretty sure that I did. I could generate a new link, but I don't want it to
boot us off the stream.
I don't want to boot us off the stream either, since we're on here, but it's a permanent link, so it should be all good. All right, sorry everybody that
if you're still with us. I haven't heard from James and Myrna for a while.
Oh, they're probably pissed off at us for not picking Lake Stevens to go 148-0. All right, games, right? So we'll start in. Just send Devin another link. Hopefully it works. If not, might have to test something out here. But all right, Skyview at Camas, game number 1. Skyview 6-0. Camas is 5-1. Tyson, I'm going to pick Skyview in this one. And, you know, last year they had a really good team, and they had a chance to get over the hump against Camas, and they couldn't do it ultimately and couldn't hold on to a lead late. I think that is a loss that has been haunting them since it happened, and they've been waiting a whole calendar year to get revenge. And I think that they go into Camas and get a good victory here. Defense wins the day. Skyview wins the game, 27-13.
Yeah, I like that. I would say something similar, probably like a 24-10. I think it'll be similar to that game they played with Bothell overall, where it's real tight, you know, maybe 7-0 at halftime, and the teams loosen up a bit in the second half. But I've loved Skyview since the beginning of the year, and I kind of think they're on their way to an undefeated slate heading into the playoffs.
All right, we'll have to catch up, hopefully, if Devin can get back on here and get his picks in. So, Woodinville at Bothell. Yeah, you know, I think that if this was a couple of weeks ago, I would have probably leaned more in the direction of Woodinville. I thought that they had a couple of really impressive out-of-state victories, but, you know, they're 4-2 now, and coming off of a home loss to Mount Si, the offense didn't perform that great. Bothell has played a really tough schedule thus far. Took down a team from New York, also named Curtis, by the way. You know, only losses to Skyview so far this year. So I'm going to go with Bothell in this one. I think Bothell's pretty good.
Yep, I agree. Been a fan of their quarterback since he played for Shorecrest last season.
Yeah,
and I think he's kind of their X factor. Yep, Jalen Viars, or however you say his last name. But, you know, really a quarterback that looks the part for the next level, 6'4", close to 200 pounds. Can throw the ball all over the field, runs like a 4.8 40. He's plenty of, you know, he can scramble. And I've kind of joked about it in the past, but if you're getting like all combine, he throws the ball from all sorts of different arm angles and arm slots. And I mean, not, you know, nobody's Patrick Mahomes, not even in the NFL, but seeing the way that he is able to throw the ball from practically sidearm or over the shoulder and fit it into anywhere he wants on the field, he's the ultimate X factor for Bothell.
All right. So we're both on Bothell. We're both on Skyview. Next one is sticking in Kinko 4A. Eastlake at Mount Si. Eastlake just suffering its first loss of the season. Mount Si still with only one loss of their own. And that was a game, I believe, on the road. Who was it Mount Si lost to? Was it Skyline or?
It was, I just closed
or
it.
Bothell?
I think it was Bothell. Let me double check real quick.
I'm pretty sure that
Mount Si lost to, it was Skyline, 16-7.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out on the who beat who formula here, but and this is a really tough game because I do think Mount Si is a top 10 team for 4A. I mentioned that earlier in the show. Eastlake already is a top 10 team, and you know, losing at home to Lake Stevens isn't anything to be ashamed of. It was a one-score game. I'm gonna go with Eastlake in this one, and I think it's gonna be a really, really close game.
Yeah, I agree. Ultimately, we used this analogy before, but when a team loses to a team that is as good as Lake Stevens by one score, I think we find out more about that team that lost than we do about the team that won. We know how good Lake Stevens is, but that's as respectable as of a loss that you're going to find at the 4A level. And I think it kind of made a statement about Eastlake that, you know, we were favored to win this division, this league last year, and have been perennially the cream of the crop the last few years. But it's a very competitive league. But at this point, I think ultimately with their wins over like the Skylines and Woodinvilles, it's theirs to lose. And I don't think they're going to do that. They're going to take revenge out on Mount Si this weekend. I'm going to say something like 27-13. I think ultimately it's Mount Si's youth at the quarterback position that costs them this game. Not that that kid's any slouch, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really good game, and I'm with you on the, you know, playing Lake Stevens to a 7-point loss. You know, we'll definitely learn a lot more this week about Eastlake. I mean, it's, you know, Snoqualmie is a tough place to go play at too, so it's not going to be an easy game. I think it's going to be a really tough game, honestly.
For sure.
Yeah. So the next 4A game that we got is Eastmont at Skyline, and Eastmont out of Wenatchee, Skyline also out of the Kingco 4A.
East Wenatchee, they're different.
Okay, my bad.
It's like Vancouver and Portland.
It's like North Korea, South Korea. Well, Vancouver and Portland are in different states. So.
Well, yeah. Grand old Columbia separates the two, though.
I just don't know, buddy. I mean, I would rely on you for this, you know, hard-hitting analysis here, but Skyline's, you know, had some pretty good wins so far this season. I mean, I'm probably going to lean in that direction.
Yeah, it's a tough game to pick overall. I think I'm taking Eastmont just from you know, I talked about their backfield earlier this year, the 4-year starter at running back and at quarterback Luke Gale, running back Gunnar Peterson. And they have been pretty dominant this year for not being ranked. You know, granted, Sunnyside 3-3 team that's played everybody pretty tough. Only won that game by a touchdown, but otherwise 48 on West Valley Yakima, 48-14, 48-0 against Davis out of Yakima. Beat Wenatchee, the other side of the river, 49-10, and then you know, beat a good Timberline team in week 2 on the road, 21-14, and Meade on the road to begin the year, 28-19. So their offense has just gelled, I think, more as the season has gone on, and I'm going to lean on that leadership, and I'm sure they want a little bit of revenge because I'm pretty sure these two teams played last season, and I want to say Skyline won that one pretty handily overall. I'm pulling it up right now, but did Devin enter the room, or is it throwing him to some old podcast we did 2 weeks ago? Oh, you're muted again.
It says I can't do that. I can't generate a new link or anything, and I haven't seen him waiting or anything like that in the lobby. It would normally say
Weird.
something like Devin Record has entered the room, you know, like.
Sure. Eastmont and Skyline didn't play last year. I was getting that mistaken with Wenatchee and Skyline.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this whole thing, but yeah, I mean, I really didn't look at last year for any of the games so far. I'm trying to base it all on this season, on what I've seen so far this season. Earlier in the year, I was relying a lot more on the matchups that took place last year, but you know, I think there's enough data this season to kind of go off of, you know, the trends and stuff. And I think Kingco 4A is a second best league for 4A. I'm just going to need to see it from Eastmont, I guess, you know, because I don't have a chance to. I think that it's going to be a tough game for them to win, but ultimately I'm going to go Skyline. Then we got an interclassification game, a 4A, 3A matchup between Glacier Peak and Marysville Pilchuck. Both of them are 4-2. I think that, you know, Glacier Peak should win this matchup, Tyson, but I think that also at the same time that the Wesco 3A is pretty crazy week to week. It's kind of like the Greater St. Helens League 2A, you know, where Certain teams are beating other teams. Getchell and Pilchuck and Arlington, they've all kind of, had their wins throughout the season, and Ferndale obviously in that mix as well. Ferndale and Glacier Peak played earlier this year. Ferndale won that game. Ferndale played Marysville Pilchuck. Ferndale won that game. So I think it's tough to really ultimately decide in this one. I'm going to go with Glacier Peak, but I am not on solid ground here at this one.
Yeah, I also choosing Glacier Peak. I think they've kind of figured things out the last couple weeks, ever since they really just kind of got shellacked against Camus came into town and really whooped them. But they've got the ground game going the last couple of weeks. Got a couple good running backs. I think ultimately, they're a team that's on the rise, where Pilchuck maybe is a team that peaked early. So I'll take Glacier Peak. I think it's gonna be close though. Probably a 1-score game.
Yeah, close. All right, so hopefully we got Devin figured out to get back in here. God, technology, man. Like the video didn't work to start out. Like this whole session's been kind of weird, but
yeah, it kicked me out too.
Yeah, as I'm saying, something's been real weird with this session tonight. It's like, Mountain View at Kelso. Mountain View 5-1, Kelso 2-4. I don't know, man. It's like you have a 2-4 team here in the pick'ems, and you're like, oh, we should easily go with the team that's 5-1, and I don't know if it's that clear. Kelso's got potential to win against Mountain View, in my opinion. I have a hard time with this one. Last year, Kelso went down to Mountain View and ended up beating them and held on to win the Greater St. Helens League in 3A. I do feel that Mountain View has got a better team, and I do feel that Mountain View has got better wins, obviously, and more of them. So I guess I got to go with the Thunder, but I'm picking against my alma mater here, so I'm treading lightly. I'm going to go Mountain View, though.
Yeah, I think that's a good pick. If we're basing it off of Mountain View beat Prairie 48-0, and Kelso lost to Prairie 2 weeks ago, 36-33, makes Mountain View seem like much the better team. But I'm going upset, taking Kelso.
Oh, you bastard. You can't do that.
Taking your alma mater.
Yeah, exactly. The next one, it's another tread lightly game. Lakes at Spanaway Lake, in the battle of teams with Lake in their name. Lakes is at 4-2 right now, coming off of a tough loss via shutout against Battleground. Spanaway Lakes played a lot of tough games to this point, but man, I just can't get over the loss that they had to Stadium after the way Lincoln just won. I don't know. Darian Clemens is a really good quarterback, man, and this is such a tough game for me to pick. I got to be honest with you. This is like the biggest game that I'm probably on the fence about here, and I've picked a lot of road teams so far tonight, and I think that means that I should probably go with a home team. I'm going to go Spanaway Lake.
I thought I was going to be an outlier on this one. I'm taking Spanaway Lake too. They've kind of had a rough go of it since that big win to start the year against Gig Harbor. But I think they're a team that's better than their record indicates, considering the fact they're 2-4. I don't know. I see it. They've lost 4 straight. Well, they did lose 4 straight before they played Silas last week. Won that one 27-0. But I think overall, Lakes is maybe going to go into this game thinking, well, we just got a few more dudes than they do. But they don't have a Darian Clemens, and I think he's been waiting to make a giant impact on this game, on a game like he did in week 1. since then, barring any health concerns. I don't know much about what's going on down there, but let's go with the 2-4 squad. Second time tonight, second pick in a row.
Let's do it. Stadium at Mount Tahoma. I don't really need to go too much in depth in this one. I think Mount Tahoma has played a very tough schedule to this point. To be 3-3, that they're a lot better than 3-3, and I think that the loss that Stadium just took to Lincoln is going to kind of move into this week as well. So I'm gonna take Mount Tahoma.
Yeah, me too. Overall, Stadium's had a good start to the year, but really the only win I'm impressed by is the Spanaway Lake game. And frankly, when they played two more higher-powered offenses in like a Lincoln and Lakes with notable young quarterbacks, that's when they met their match. And like you said, Mount Tahoma's strength of schedule this year and frankly how pesky they've been with everybody on the docket, with the exception of, say, a Battleground this year. I mean, this is a team that lost to North Kitsap by 3 and Eastlake by a touchdown. So, like you said, they're a lot better than their record indicates. And I think Mount Tahoma wins this one by a couple scores.
Oh, I'm muted. Next game is Rainier Beach at Garfield. I mean, I want to pick Rainier Beach. I really do. Because they've picked up a couple wins lately, and it looks like they're starting to get their footing underneath of them. I still feel that, you're going to go with the team that's got the best quarterback here in this situation, and I feel better about Kamanong as the signal caller for Garfield. I remember Rainier Beach was going to be starting a younger guy here to, begin the season. And ultimately, I'm going to go with the guy that's got a scholarship to Cal. So I think Garfield's going to win this one.
I think that's definitely the smart pick. But outside of Eastside Catholic's losses to Lake Stevens and I think I misspoke. Garfield's lost to Eastside Catholic and Lake Stevens. They've had a few other testers, and ultimately, I have a feeling Rainier Beach is going to get up for this one. I think they're a team that's always going to be better later in the season than they were to start the season, and they went through their lumps, to start the year, getting shut out by Highline, and then getting another. They give up 42 points 3 games straight. Highline, Seattle Prep, O'Day found out a way to win against Ballard. Not a good team. Garfield just hung 55 on Ballard, and Rainier Beach only beat him by 3. But then the next week, Rainier Beach turned around, beat Bishop Blanchette by 15, and Garfield only beat Bishop Blanchette by, I want to say it was 8 or 9 points. And plus, there's just blood in this game. I mean, whether it's basketball, whether it's football, this has always been a very closely fought battle by both teams. And I want to say, due to Coach Sampson, this team is just starting to get going and play their best ball, and I think that's ahead of them, and I think they get a big upset. Rainier Beach.
All right, my man.
Giving me a chance again.
Yeah, anything could happen, man. I mean,
not out of sympathy though.
Rainier Beach came up with some upset last year, so I mean they're good. They're always upset minded.
Totally. I mean, I compared that Bishop Blanchette game. 26-11 loss against Rainier Beach, 15-point game, and then they lost to Garfield by 8. So, who knows? All I know is that Rainier Beach has the athletes to run with Garfield, and that's the one thing that I think Kamanong's going to have a harder time against this team than you would have thought after week 3, for sure.
Let's move on, buddy. Bremerton at North Kitsap. This is going to be an interesting matchup, man. Bremerton has just continued to win, and they've been winning impressively as well. I mean, they're not just getting by on the skin of their teeth and stacking up wins to get to 6-0. You know, they've been putting up big numbers across the board, and North Kitsap is still a really, really good team. They're the team to beat in league competition in North Puget Sound here. So I don't know, man. I have a hard time picking on this one. How about you pick first so I kind of know where you're at?
Yeah, I mean, everything inside of me wants me to pick Bremerton just for a sake of parity. But I think North Kitsap's just a little too seasoned. This, Bremerton's unbeaten, but to this point, they haven't played a team like North Kitsap, and we're going to see what it takes to go play a team that is perennially in the conversation when it comes to who's going to be there at the end. And they've won, Bremerton's won some close fought games this year. But ultimately those opponents weren't what North Kitsap is. So I'm going to say North Kitsap wins by 13.
Well, I think we differ on a few games already that I feel pretty good about. So I'm just going to hedge my bet here, and I'm going to go with North Kitsap as well. But I do really feel like that Bremerton has a legitimate chance in this one. But I also agree with what you're saying about, trying to learn about what it takes to be a league champion. I think that the good news for Bremerton is that this year it's at North Kitsap, and then next year it'll be back at Bremerton, so they'll probably have a good learning experience under their belt. But I'm going to go with North Kitsap, and ultimately I have a lot of faith in their defense, and I have a lot of faith in Logan Sloman, so I'm going them. That's all.
Yeah, Cole Edwards is a tough little playmaker too. I think he just. They're another team that is rebounded well from their early season loss, Tumwater.
Yeah, I mean, North Kitsap's only had 3 losses in the last year and a half, 2 years. So, I mean, and they're not by a lot. So, pretty good team.
2 of them are to Tumwater and 1 to Linden. Green and yellow is their nemesis.
Like I said, yeah, any team that wears green and yellow wins a lot in 2A. Hudson's Bay at Woodland. Hudson's Bay wears black and yellow. Woodland wears forest green and black and white. Not that really matters, man. I tell you what, this is a game, bro. Like, you want to talk about a couple of good coaches, Mark Olivero and his squad at Hudson's Bay against Sean McDonald and his team at Woodland. I mean, I'll say this: Woodland had some good moments against Arian Long, but it also had some moments to where, if they play like that against some of the good teams, they're going to get into some trouble. Hudson's Bay got legitimately smacked in the mouth big time by Washougal last week. They have got to be frothing at the mouth to get back out there and have a chance to get back in the win column. I think that ultimately, though, that it's going to come down to Woodland making more plays, and Elijah Anderson is going to be a one-man wrecking crew. And I even feel a little bit better about the quarterback situation here. Brett Martinowicz of Woodland is a 3-year starter. He made some good decisions, some good play actions. And, ultimately, I feel like this is a game that Woodland needs to win. So I'm going to go with them. And if they do win this, they are legitimately in the driver's seat for a chance to play for a league championship against Ridgefield, to set up a really big game and what they call the rivalry game between Ridgefield and Woodland, although I'd argue they're really not natural rivals. So,
yeah, I'm taking Woodland too. I love the start of the season, Hudson's Bay, and the kind of story of them starting 5-0. But I think, Woodland might be a little bit more dynamic of a team. Hudson's Bay obviously didn't deal well with the pass last week or maintaining an athlete like B with the ball in his hands. And like we said earlier, Elijah Anderson's in that same breath of caliber of player and athlete. So plus Woodland's got big men that could rumble for 60 yards for a touchdown and intercept the ball. So that was
75 yards. That's how
was
long
it.
that
75.
was.
He was moving
75.
too.
Yeah, the other thing is too is that they brought in one of their starting guards to play fullback on the last drive of the game against Ari Long, and he runs I guess a 4.6 40, and he was at the fullback position. Bro, he had 4 carries for like 50 yards on the last drive and got into the end zone. So I mean, I was talking with one of the assistant coaches up in the booth after the game. I'm like, I think you guys just found your new starting fullback here. So, he's like, yeah, but he's too valuable at the guard position. So,
Hey, that's a goal line back.
yeah, hey, absolutely. So I don't know. I can easily see Hudson's Bay winning this game though, because both of these teams stylistically match up very well. They both want to slow the game down, and they both want to run the ball. It can be in a phone booth. You know what I mean? Just to drag it out. If there's an X factor here, I think it's the head coach, Sean McDonald. I think that, being a state champion at Kalama, I think that's a good ace up the sleeve, so to speak.
Yeah, no doubt. It was probably going to be about a 10-point game, I would assume.
So the next game is Aberdeen at Rochester. I mean, I told you earlier that the Lakes at Spanaway late game was really tough for me to decide. And this one's also super tough for me to decide. I mean, Aberdeen, winning against Prosser earlier this year was nice. I mean, they've had a couple of decent wins so far this year. But, I mean, Rochester, I can't really think of a win that they've had that I'm like super like impressed about, And they had a chance last week against WF West at home to really get themselves into the second place conversation this year, and they really kind of laid an egg in that one. I like the running attack that Aberdeen can put together, and I think that playing Rochester this week is going to feel so much better than playing Tumwater like they did last year, and I think it'll be good for their confidence. So I'm going to go with Aberdeen.
Yeah, me too. Like you said, the multi-headed attack that they have. Also, Rochester's another one where it's a good story that they started 5-0, but looking at their schedule before WF West, I mean, a 2-point loss to Seton Catholic, and the rest is kind of history when you talk about strength. Blew out Kingston, took an 0-6, took them till overtime to beat an 0-6 Black Hills, which, by the way, thought they would be a better team than 0-6 this year as far as what we saw at the end of last year. And then you got Shelton and Centralia. So level of competition hasn't been there. I think unfortunately for Rochester, it doesn't get any easier. It goes WF West, Aberdeen, and Tumwater to end their year, and then Tenino. And I think, it's a good thing they started 5-0, but I'm taking Aberdeen and Aiden Watkins.
Hey, what were the odds of us having interviews with 2 players named Aiden this year already?
Yeah, I didn't even think about it. That's kind of funny.
All right, buddy. Next game is Greater St. Helens League 2A, Ridgefield at Columbia River. Ooh. Man, I'm telling you what, this is tricky here. Columbia River is a different team at home than they are on the road. That's for sure. I mean, turning in a loss last week, 28-7 at Hawkinson on natural grass. One of the few teams that still plays on natural grass in the Greater St. Helens League. I think every other team now plays on turf. When Columbia River went to backup quarterback, starting quarterback Braden Schiffer, who was out, but he didn't start the game against Ari Long, came in the second quarter. Ari Long was up in that game 7-0, and then all of a sudden the floodgates opened. No pun intended for the Rapids here, but literally they were a completely different team. Last week, obviously with him on the field, it didn't bode well for him against Hawkinson. But man, this is a game where Ridgefield cannot afford to go in and let their guard down. I do feel that they are the better team, and I do feel that they can do things to neutralize the quarterback, Braden Schiffer, Kingsway Christian transfer, by the way. Man, I'm so tempted here to go upset, though. I really am. It's so difficult for me to gauge how this game is going to go, because River does have a very capable running back in Chris Parkin to go with it. And Tommy Blau is another guy who was missing some time earlier in the year and, came on late. I've picked against Ridgefield so many times so far this year, and they've won every time that I've picked against them. So if I'm going to be wrong this week, I'm going to be wrong picking Ridgefield to win the game. Although, upset alert here, man. This is a game where Ridgefield has to come ready to go. So I'll pick them, but we'll see how it goes.
I think that's a smart pick. I'm going to say Ridgefield wins this one, something like 35-15.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think it's going to be a lot closer than that, but I mean, anything can happen in this league right now. I'm telling you that.
Yeah, I like Schiffer a lot too, but I don't know. I just
have you seen Chris Parkin at all?
I believe I watched some of him in the preseason film of what he had last year.
Yeah, he's an all-state baseball player. He's probably got a future playing baseball more than he does playing football, but he's a tough runner. He's been putting up some big numbers over the course of the last few weeks and stuff. But I mean, ultimately for me, the Jekyll and Hyde-ness of Columbia River, it's so difficult, right? It's like they lose to Mark Morris 21-3. They lose to Hawkinson 28-7. I mean, those are two teams in like the 6th and 7th place range. And then, like I said, you beat Woodland, and they beat R.A. Long 45-13. That was decent, but yeah, it's so weird. I think Ridgefield's a better team, though. We'll see. Next game, 1A. Man, it's probably like the 1A game of the week, bro. La Center at Seton Catholic. La Center getting dumped on by Devin and you earlier today. So I think I'm going to go with La Center in this one. And you've been banging the Seton Catholic drum and telling me that, they're a team that's for real, and this will be their opportunity to prove it.
Yeah, definitely. I already had written down La Center for you because I figured that one was coming, but I think they got the athletes on offense to do it. Joe Calarame is as good as they come. Running back, wide receiver for Seton Catholic. I mentioned Joe Williams earlier in the show with 199 yards and 3 touchdowns last week and 700 some rushing yards on the season so far. And we all know who their quarterback is. It's sophomore by the name of Colton Gesser. So, they've got talent, and ultimately I'm taking them for the upset this week. I think they might be able to score quicker than the Center, and that could be the difference in the ball game.
You're taking Seton Catholic?
Yep.
I thought you said you had La Center written down. You lied to me.
No, I had them written down for you before you even picked them.
Oh. Wow.
Just a minute ago, I was like, he's picking La Center.
Oh, well, yeah, for sure. Next game, I don't know, man. I'm a little curious on this one here, but Omak at Kashmir. I think that this is one of those games to where we're both going to leave this one saying to ourselves, or entering this game saying, how good is Kashmir? And I think that Omak has put together some performances so far this year that make you think that they're a pretty good team. They're 3-3, Kashmir 6-0. I'm going to stick with Kashmir in this one, but with an asterisk that says super curious.
Yeah, I think it'll be a good test, especially looking at that league. I'd say Omak's, probably the second best team overall, but Kashmir's just so good, man. Granted, we haven't seen, this will be one of their toughest matchups of the year so far. But I'm going to say Kashmir like 42-15.
Another game that looks pretty good on paper, Riverside at Freeman. Riverside 3-3, Freeman at 4-2. The Scotties just continue to play a tough schedule and pick up big wins. I'm going to continue to go with Freeman. I think they beat Colville last week, and was that who they played? Yeah. So, I'm going with Freeman.
Yeah, me too. The Scotties are just pesky. I don't think it matters who they suit up. They're a bunch of tough kids. Riverside is too. That's a team that we talked about with Coach Hart last week, had 17 kids basically be suspended to start the year. WIA reversed it, and they've pulled out some good wins this year. But I think the Scotties are kind of in a league of their own outside of Lakeside. They're kind of 1 and 2 perennially. And Freeman's a team that, speaking of teams with only 1 loss, they beat West Valley of Spokane, last year's league champ in the 2A Greater Spokane League, and beat them 13-10. And I think, they've got a tough defense, and I'll say Freeman 27-13.
Let's move on. Now, this game's another curious one for me, but it's 2B. Raymond South Bend at PL Willapa Valley. PL Willapa Valley went on the road at Toledo and erased a 27-point deficit, turned it into a 3-point loss, 27-24. Raymond South Bend at Toledo earlier in the year, first game of the year, and Toledo won that one by 7. So if you're going off of the Toledo test, you would probably say PL Willapa Valley is the team that's going to win this game. But I like Raymond South Bend on a week's rest going in on the road, and Farrell Johnson and company. So I'm going to go with Raymond South Bend in this one.
Yeah, me too. I think that was probably PL Willapa Valley's best game last week. So whether, they played up to the talent level they were playing against, I think there's been other games they haven't played up to it. But yeah, I like Farrell Johnson and Raymond South Bend in this one.
All right, here's the 2B game of the week, bro. Kalama at Napavine. We already said where our allegiances are going with this. You're picking Kalama, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have to say for right now that Napavine is probably going to win the game, but I think that this is a great learning opportunity for Kalama, and this will probably be the toughest game that they have left on their schedule. Matter of fact, I want to pull up their schedule here real quick, and I want to try to see if we can find out what it looks like the rest of the way after this. It looks like they got Napavine, and they play Toledo at home, and then they play Adna. So Toledo at home will be a tough game, and Adna can be a tough game as well too. I mean, they're not by any stretch. Those two teams are going to look a lot easier compared to Napavine, though, this week, and I think it'll be a good learning experience for Kalama, but I'm going to go with the Tigers.
Yep, I'm taking Kalama just because I think Aiden Brown is in a league of his own for the most part when it comes to 2B players, and so far not many people have been able to contain him. Just hope to stop him and score more points than they have. So granted, it'd be a big upset, but I picked Aiden Watkins in Aberdeen the week that they joined us, and I just hope that this Aiden has a different fate when it comes to my pick.
Well, I love what he said, in the interview. I mean, I would think that you bet on yourself.
Confidence.
Yeah, you bet on yourself. You put yourself out there to be wrong about your own abilities and your team's ability to win. I love it. So I think that Kalama is very fortunate to have a leader like him at quarterback, and I think that as long as he's out there healthy, and it sounds like that they could all get healthier still a little bit more, that they could be a very dangerous team. And I mean, I don't know. It would probably be a pretty big upset if they ended up beating Napavine. And, like I told them, I'll give them a Denny's dinner if I end up being wrong. So,
well, you can bet they're watching the Lyndon Christian tape on repeat.
Oh, God,
Figure out what was so effective.
Well, I mean, it's harder. It's easier to watch it than it's easier to execute it. So
totally.
We'll see how it goes. The next one is back up to 1A. Cascade Christian at Live Christian, Battle of the Christians. I really think that Cascade Christian is a lot better than what people might think. I think they could be a team that can really, F some shit up in the 1A playoffs. I mean, a near miss against Kings. That looks pretty good right now, buddy. I think that they're a pretty dangerous squad, so I'm going to go Cascade Christian.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a better game than I thought it was when I first put it on paper today, though. Life Christian Academy's one loss is to Seton Catholic and a barnstormer, 53-34. And they've, practically destroyed everybody else that they've played, including a decent South Woodby team this last week. They're also being led by their head coach. I read former USC player. Gosh, if I can remember his name, Herschel. I don't remember. It's escaping me. But anyways, probably has injected some exciting blood into that program, being a small school and having a coach that has a pretty good playing resume himself. So I think it's going to be a close game. I'm taking Cascade Christian, but I think it's going to be something like 35-25 or 27, maybe a 1-score to 10-point game.
Nice. Well, we're both on Cascade Christian.
Yeah.
So our last game for the first time this year, we're going to pick a 1B game. It's a good one too. Nacelle at Mossy Rock. Nacelle 6-0, Mossy Rock 5-1. Completely different styles between these two teams. Even for the 8-man football, Nacelle, a team that's going to look to air it out and use its athletes in space. Mossy Rock is a team that's going to look to just beat you up at the line of scrimmage and run it right down your throat. This one's at Mossy Rock. I think that Mossy Rock is a really good team. Their only loss, I believe, was to PL Willapa Valley earlier this year, and they played an 11-man game in that one instead of an 8-man. I like the home team in this one. I'm going to go with Mossy Rock.
Yeah, me too. Just looking at the schedule, like you said, their losses to PL Willapa Valley, obviously playing 11-man football at that point. And was a team that was in the state title game last year against Liberty Bell. So if you can run the ball with 8 men on the field, it's just as effective as throwing, in my opinion. I mean, once you get past that front line and you're running around in space, it's no different than throwing the ball 10 yards downfield and catching it in space. And frankly, I'm going to take the team that's going to control the clock and just try to eat up time of possession. Oh, you might be on mute.
All righty. That's 20 games.
It's a wrap.
Bonus points. Washington at home against Oregon. Washington by what? 30?
100.
Washington by 40?
I'm going to say let's say 52-28.
I think Washington wins it like 49-7, something like that.
I would love either one of those two scores.
49-10.
Yeah, I love
49-2.
I don't know if you saw a sidebar on this. I don't know if you saw how Duck fans are making fun of the fact that the Huskies partnered with Kirkland Signature as a name and likeness deal. And I made a comment about it on Twitter. I don't know if you've ever owned a Kirkland Signature white T-shirt, but compared to any Nike T-shirt I've ever worn, there's no comparison. I'll take Kirkland Signatures all day.
Nice.
Costco derivative, right? Bless you.
Oh, excuse me.
They gotta love the Costco principles. They pay the cart pushers pretty good money, and well, we know how Nike makes their money. So go Dogs.
Kirkland Signature, baby, all the way.
Yep. For the vodka drinkers out there, supposedly their vodka is as good as stuff you can even find in Russia. That's a little thing I learned from extended family. Traveled over to Russia. But yeah, we'll have to get Devin's picks input. I haven't seen him yet. And
Yeah, I know.
send the list to Matt King too if he's interested. I don't have any
do.
problem with him joining on. Be cool to get him on here next week. We won't release a teaser for who our guests might be next week because I still want to lock it in. But, I will do a little teaser. For those of you that listen to the Seattle sports scene, you're going to be very, very familiar with this individual. And I think you'd be delighted to know he'll be on here, hopefully next week. But I'll save it until we have a completely locked in confirmation that he will join us.
Tyson, just remember, rankings are only a suggestion.
Especially coming from me. They ain't asking me to be on any selection committees or even advise on them.
I suggest that we put Lake Stevens at number 1 next week.
That'd make James too happy. Although he left early on us tonight.
Like Max Preps does.
Yeah. Maybe someday. Maybe in 2 weeks we'll see that.
Nice. Hey, who won the Monday night game tonight?
Last I saw it was Oakland on top, but I did not check the final. Let's see. Yeah, Oakland 17 or Oakland. Vegas 17-13.
Man, Matt must be having a really tough night.
Especially the way Jordan Love started. He threw 3 picks tonight.
Oh,
still only had a completion percentage right above 50, which I think he was at like 54% or something so far this year. Yeah, Jimmy G, 22 of 31, 208, touchdown and a pick. Really doesn't look like it was too exciting. It was ultimately just a defensive battle.
I don't understand how Devontae Adams can only have 4 targets.
It's Jimmy G. Never know who he's going to throw to. He's probably running for his life half the game. I don't think that line's very good.
Yeah. Jordan Love, 16 of 30 for 182. No touchdowns, 3 interceptions, took 2 sacks. Had a QBR of 13.2.
Yeah,
Jimmy G not much better at a QBR of 35.7.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah,
I'll gladly miss a Monday night game that plays out like that.
Yeah, I'd rather watch Kitchen Nightmares, bro. That's a quarterback nightmare right here.
Yeah, for sure.
Right on, buddy. Well, let's call this one a night, and I appreciate
new record 4-hour episode.
Yeah, not a record I'm looking to break next week. That's for sure.
For sure, definitely. Well, next week will probably be Wednesday for anybody that survived till the end.
Yes,
I can't do Monday night as I will probably be hunting until dark that day and have some company in town. So I think it doesn't work for Nick either. So we'll probably shoot for Wednesday.
Yeah, next Monday it's inventory prep, so I'm not going to be able to make it Monday night. By the way, yeah, rifle deer season starts on Saturday, and I'll be happily going out on my days off whenever I have a chance to do that to see if I can get myself a stupid buck.
Is it 3-point or better where you guys are, or is it just?
We can do spike. Yeah.
Can you? Yeah, not over here.
Yeah, we can do.
That's
spike.
a Western Washington thing.
Yeah, I didn't put in for a doe or a cow tag, so I'm just going bull or better. So we can go spike. I mean, yeah. I just hope my deer looks like this.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, buddy. We'll go get some sleep. We'll revisit the picks and we'll tweet about some stuff. I appreciate everybody coming on. Make sure you guys go back and check out the interview at 8:00 that started with. Well, I guess it's not 8:00 on. It's probably like 20 minutes into the show about with Aiden Brown of Kalama High School. Good kid, and they love Denny's after victories, maybe even defeats as well. But yeah,
you might be on the hook for a meal.
Might be on the hook for a meal. We'll see how that goes. We'll see how it plays out. But yeah, I had a great time visiting with him and getting to know the Kalama Chinooks quarterback, athlete, 2025. He can dunk a basketball. Wants to play running back or wide receiver, unless he hits a growth spurt and gets up to that 6 foot mark. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, definitely. Can't wait for that game. I hope is Matt King doing that game this weekend?
I don't know. I mean, if I were him, I would try to figure out a way to get there. But
sure.
I don't know how their pool works because they've got a few different broadcast teams. So
Right.
who knows? He might end up going to do a different game up in South Puget Sound League or in Evco or something like that. So I know that I'll be doing Hawkinson at Mark Morris on Fridays. If anyone wants to see a really good game in Greater St. Helens, come watch Hawkinson at Mark Morris.
There you go.
Oh, by the way, tomorrow night, volleyball. Ridgefield is at home against Columbia River. Those two teams have finished first and second in the state in back-to-back years. So it'll be probably the best 2A volleyball match that you'll see all year.
Sweet. Have to tune in.
All right, you said exactly what I was going to say. So
I agree with that, and we will catch you from here. See you guys next week.
Right. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate you. Have a good night.
Night.